Iran, Pakistan, Qatar, Russia, Suriname.
Leonard, Brass, Nap, Lenny, Bush, and Lester Banks, birthday party, cheesecake, jelly bean, boom.
What's trending? Let's find out what's trending on the old interwebs on this Tuesday. It's my Friday. So that's kind of cool for me. Sucks for you guys if you're working, but it's pretty good for me. Although a lot of people are off because, you know, Thanksgiving and all. Trending right now. Afton Bain. Afton, of course, is running in the Tennessee 7th, but she's kind of got notoriety everywhere. Talk about that in a little bit. We talked about it throughout the show, just to let you guys know. Afton's going to be on my local show on Tuesday. Her and I we've kind of become friends. And as far as just the politics aside, because I don't agree with 90% of what her politics is, but she's genuine and nice. And that's what makes it tough when I fight with her over her politics. But she's going to be on my show on Tuesday. Laura Trump. Trump holds 87% approval among Republicans. Good for him. Afghanistan, Kyiv, Pakistan, Pam Bondi. She's doing well. I don't think that was very honest, Chad. 49ers, Thanksgiving. Over to Yahoo. Russia-Ukraine war, Donald Trump, Steph Curry, Anna Kempner. That whole thing on that cruise ship is just so bizarre. If you haven't followed it, it is just bizarre. Travis Turner, he is the missing football coach that I said yesterday. They're looking for him. And I said, I feel like he did something wrong. And he disappeared. And sure enough, he's been put on leave. So that's kind of an interesting twist. 49ers over on Google. Number 20 thing. Mark Kelly, winter storm warning. Tara Reid was taken out of a Chicago hotel on a stretcher. 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, your YouTube, your Facebook, and more. If you miss any of the show, shame on you. Grab the podcast. Helps us out right here on the Chad Benson Show. Tisha James. James Comey. Pam Bondi. All things trending in the magical world of X/Twitter. What I'm saying is I would be thankful. See the way I did that there? Thankful. Thankful, Chad. Yes. Speaking of thankful, James Comey, ladies and gentlemen. Letitia James, what happened?
Federal Judge Cameron Curry based her rulings on the law, which says that when a top federal prosecutor's role in a judicial district is left vacant for more than 120 days, only the district court can fill it. As a result, Curry has dismissed the indictments Lindsay Halligan brought against Letitia James and James Comey. The former FBI director responded online.
I'm grateful that the court ended the case against me, which was a prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence.
A White House spokeswoman says the dismissals will not be the final word.
Well, the final word was they dismissed it, but without prejudice, meaning they can go back and refile. The reality is simply she's in over her head, Halligan. And it was unfair to put her in that position because she should never have been there, right? You can't hire people based on hotness unless it's some sort of modeling thing. I don't think that's nice. It's honest, but not nice. And Comey's probably going to be the statute of limitation. So there's a good chance nothing comes out of Comey. Letitia James, we'll see. We shall see. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta. We got our WKRP turkey drop to wrap up the show as we do every Thanksgiving, our last show before Thanksgiving. Our buddy Mike Lyons, military analyst, joins the program straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
Are you annoyed, angry, or maybe there's another word you want to use about where your tax dollars are going? Let's face it, the government does a terrible job of managing money, especially when it's yours and mine. Tax dollars are being wasted, and all the government does is have their hand out for more. So what do? They send you, the tax-paying American or business owner, a letter saying you underpaid your taxes, and you owe us a lot more. Don't laugh and don't cry. Call the Tax Resources Network now. Their trained experts can help negotiate negotiate between you and the IRS and take all the stress off your back. And if you're lucky, save you a boatload of tax money. So before you think about calling the IRS, if you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, call us right now.
800-793-1147. 800-793-1147. 800-793-1147. That's 800-793-1147.
"60 seconds of service."
Army veteran David Colon found a home after years of homelessness through NYC's Jericho Project, which offers housing, counseling, and job support. Recently awarded $340,000 to expand its services, the initiative transforms lives while building a cycle of mentorship among veterans. Colon now helps newcomers, proving that community and stability can restore dignity and hope to those who serve. For more great veteran stories, just go to nationaldefensenetwork.com.
You're standing inside a secret prison. It houses the Nazi High Command.
I'm going to put Hermann Goering on trial.
Sony Pictures Classics presents Nuremberg, starring Academy Award winner Russell Crowe, Academy Award winner Rami Malek, and Academy Award nominee Michael Shannon.
Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Nichts schuldig.
Order! Order! Nuremberg, now playing only in theaters.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Join top CEOs and business leaders as they sit down with fellow CEOs on Executive Leaders Radio to share their insights, personal journey, and the real-world stories behind today's most impactful business leaders.
Now you want a company that helps people get out from their financial stress. People feel, overwhelmed. Do you think that's part of why you do this? Because deep down, you know what it feels like?
I think so. I think it would also be the relationship that I had with my dad. Despite the fact that he had his struggles, it was important to me to maintain a relationship with him. I think that taught me empathy. I think that taught me understanding what the other person is going through and trying to meet their needs through that understanding. And so, again, as we do what we do at Best Egg, we think about listening to our customers and putting people first. And
Discover more CEO conversations and nominate a leader to join the show at executiveleadersradio.com. That's executiveleadersradio.com.
Are you restoring a classic car, or do you just need replacement lines for your daily driver? Then you need Classic Tube. Since 1989, Classic Tube has been the trusted source for pre-bent tubing, brake, fuel, transmission, and hydraulic lines for over 100,000 vehicle applications. From vintage muscle cars and hot rods to modern vehicles, Classic Tube delivers precision-fit products made right here in the USA. Every line is engineered for exact OEM specifications, with options in stainless steel or the original equipment materials. That means durability, safety, and a perfect fit every time. Whether you're a weekend restorer or a professional shop, Classic Tube has what you need to keep your project moving. So don't settle for guesswork. Get the quality your car deserves. Visit Classic Tube, that's ClassicTube.com today, and find the right lines for your ride.
This is your Tech It Out Minute with Mark Saltzman.
On a recent episode of Tech It Out, I caught up with Visa's Rob Cameron, Global Head of Acceptance Solutions, to talk about digital natives like Gen Z and how they're shaping the future of payments.
We talk about Gen Z, didn't have to learn technology. They were literally born into it. And as a result, it makes them more open and accepting to new technology innovations we see. They're more trusting. And as this generation, which, by the way, is going to represent about 27% of the workforce next year, starts to enter the economy, these fintech companies that create solutions for them are quite rightly racing to create solutions to engage them.
And Visa Acceptance Solutions is at the forefront of trusted digital payments. Build the future of payments with modular solutions, which you can learn more about at visaacceptance.com. That's visaacceptance.com.
That was your Tech It Out Minute.
You're listening to the best of Chad Benson.
The Chad Benson Show.
That time of the week, we talk to a man that we're very thankful for, retired Major in the Army and the best damn military analyst, period, case closed. Mike Lyons joined the program. And, man, there is a lot to talk about. First, let's talk about Ukraine, the 28-point plan deal that seemed to be put together without Ukraine. What's your take on this one?
Hey, Chad, great to be with you. A 28-point anything would never work, especially when it comes to negotiating a peace agreement between two countries that are warring. So from initially, when I first heard of it, I said something is way off with this. Then you dig into it, and there's just so many things in this that are just not in Ukraine's favor on any level that they won't agree to. Now, I get the negotiation, I get all that, but really nothing's changed in the last month since we've been talking about the situation on the ground. No Tomahawks have showed up, no Patriot missiles, no NATO, no fly zones, no other security guarantees for Ukraine have showed up. So this, to me, unfortunately, looks like a deal that the administration's trying to do to get another deal in its cap. But overall, top to bottom, it's just not something that Ukraine can't accept on any level. And also, given the current situation on the ground, they're keeping Russia from breaking through. We should talk more about the drone situation. The drones are at a new level with regard to how they're being operated on both sides. Russia's actually had some real advances on the drone warfare side as well.
The drone side of it, because let's be real, Ukraine got really innovative early into this, where they were just buying stuff off essentially Amazon, creating their own little bombs and drones that weren't very high tech, but at a time when guerrilla warfare seems to be the thing that was, really the most important part of that.
That's right, and they used a lot of this technology that the Russians now have come back with electronic warfare capability in order to knock a lot of them out of the sky. They were using the principle of war, just mass, throwing a lot of drones at the Russians. But the Russians have evolved to have this whole unit now, it's called Rubicon, that they have incredibly accurate drones. They have them tethered with fiber optics. If there are places now in Ukraine that there's so many fiber optic strands out there that it looks like the whole field is covered with plastic. So a tethered drone is something unusual, but it gives highly accurate signals back to its operator, as well as making it impervious to any kind of electronic warfare attacks that go against us. So the Russians have flipped that equation on its head a little bit, and they've become just as good at the drone game as Ukraine is. And so far, the entire battlefield is just saturated with this technology.
Talking to Mike Lyons, military expert, we talk about what's going on in right now the eastern part of Europe with the battle still between Ukraine and Russia. I saw several people yesterday talk about this thing that they're trying to put together. It seemed like, somebody said it feels like it's a Christmas wish list for Putin that isn't going to happen. But what's the real, if you and I have been talking about this since, before they invaded, and you've always said this will be land for peace. Right. And how much land is the question. But right now, I still don't feel like Putin has any reason to stop doing what he's doing.
He doesn't. And part of this agreement would mean that Russia would gain land that they technically haven't conquered yet. And that's what the concern would be here from Ukraine's perspective. They have to be concerned about the next attack that was going to happen. Russia has what's called interior lines in a lot of this area in Luhansk and in the Donetsk region, and they can easily reinforce, and it creates a situation on Ukraine if they're going to defend. They're having much more challenges, and if they give some of this land back that Russia wants in this deal, it'll make it even worse. And so it's one thing to freeze this in place, but right now Russia continues to try to move forward, continues to try to create the situation, making it better for themselves. If you look on a map, it's kind of this very jagged border that would exist right now. Russia wants to round that whole thing off, which would make it much more difficult for Ukraine to defend.
Okay, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, we say we're done. You didn't sign anything. We threw something out there, even though it may be bad. What is their options? The Europeans are still very nervous about what's going on in Russia. Right. What is their options if we step away from this?
Well, Ukraine thinks it can still grind this thing out, and it probably can for a few more years. And this could eventually go on for many, many years. Russia can't break through. They can't mass. They can't bring other principles of war to this battle, but they can continue to try to bleed out Ukraine in this manner. The rest of Europe is still unwilling to provide the level of technology as well as kinetic support right now in order for them to go on the offensive, in order to really strike back at Russia. So I don't know. I don't think the U.S. will abandon Ukraine. I think that would be politically unviable right now, given how long this has gone on. And but Trump is, as we've talked about, did not think that the Tomahawks would provide this leverage, and I don't think he thinks any military solution provides any more leverage, which is why he's demanding a deal to get done.
Talking to Mike Lyons, military analyst. We have him on the show every Tuesday, talk about all things military. Venezuela, obviously, you've said, look, the army's not there yet, which is good. But there still feels like something is getting ready to go down. Now we're telling planes, don't even fly over Venezuelan airspace. Be careful around Colombia, Guyana, and all these other places. It feels like something's coming. It's not if, but when, and what does it look like?
I had a good conversation with, I'll just say, a very high retired classmate of mine who ran a very large operation. His concern was, and I agree with this, that they've got professionals down there in the military that know exactly what they're doing, and they're maneuvering large ships, and there's all kinds of moving parts going to this. Well, it could still go sideways pretty quickly on a couple different levels. Obviously the performative projecting of power down there, I think a lot of it also is sending messages to China and Russia as well about encroaching in this hemisphere. We know the Chinese are trying to leak their way into South America. But this could still go sideways if something goes wrong, given the amount of military operations and things that we have there. Now, what does a ground war look like there? Again, unfathomable on any level. The Army's not there. The Marines that we have there would not be enough in order to ensure victory without any kind of large-scale casualties that could possibly happen. But right now, it looks like pressure on Maduro to leave. I don't know what that means either, because just when one leaves, we don't know what's going to follow him right now. But this is maybe the beginning of their conversation about putting the drug traffic down, but it remains to be seen whether that's been impacted at all.
And the whole Maduro thing, I mean, he's getting it from Colombia and several others, because their fear, right, like everybody's fear is, because I've seen several simulations they've run, they've all said the same thing. It becomes chaos there, and it becomes a civil war, and then there's several different little civil wars, and then it spills over to Colombia and several other places. I mean, that is, that's why everybody seems to be kind of going, hey, Maduro, take all the gold, take all the money you have, and just get the hell out of Dodge.
Well, and that means a reset for that country, and Venezuela is sits on a tremendous amount of rare earth minerals. I think that could be the other strategic plot here. This administration does look over the horizon, recognizes that the sooner we don't have any dependencies on China for rare earth minerals and in other countries for any kind of energy, it's just going to be best in our interest. So that could possibly be what's happening here. But again, invading a sovereign nation like this, I don't think that's going to go over very well with our allies and with other those countries in South America.
Talking to my client's military analyst, the guy is the best military analyst in the business. Any big plans for the Thanksgiving week?
No, Chad. I have my alternate job of doing some NHL hockey games and seeing my brother, my sister's coming in. So the four of us, the Sibs all get together, watch some football, and then be grateful for this amazing country that we have as we celebrate coming on 250 years, and just very grateful for all I get to do. I get to talk to you and talk about the military and about how our great country is, and I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
Well, we are thankful for you, brother. You have yourself a safe Thanksgiving and have fun at the hockey games.
Yeah, Chad, you too. Now we'll talk soon.
I love talking to Mike, and that guy is absolutely amazing. He will send me stuff throughout the day. He's never, if there's some chaos going on around the world, I text him within 2 seconds. He's back to me, and I'm just blessed to have people like that who are willing to come on and do stuff on the show. And yes, he does. He works. So if you guys ever watch the Islander games, he works in the penalty box at the Islander games. It's pretty awesome. It is. Bulwark Capital. Awesome. Right now, Bulwark, my buddies over there, have an opportunity for you to do something amazing, which is get a free risk review from them. First and foremost, they're going to go through your whether it's your 401k, your IRA, your regular old investments, whatever it is. They're going to give you a snapshot of what's going on. Are you in positions that maybe you shouldn't be in based on the age and where you want to be? Are you, having too many fees come out? They're going to give you a full snapshot and rundown of what's going on. They're going to build something for you and say, look, here you go. This is where we think you should be and how we can help you get there. And they're going to show you what they're all about. Lower risk, lower cost, lower volatility at Bulwark Capital. This is what I want you to do. Sign up. It's absolutely free. It's a free risk review. Go to knowyourriskpodcast.com. That is Know Your Risk Podcast, KNOW, yourriskpodcast.com to sign up today for your Know Your Risk review from our friends over at Bulwark Capital Management. Investment advisory service offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investment involved risk, not guarantee past performance, doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 25338. Coming up, it's one of the greatest TV episodes of all time. Oh, yeah. Turkeys Away, WKRP. We'll do that straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
This is the best of Chad Benson.
This is your Tech It Out Minute, brought to you by Norton.
It's a website, an app, and a community, all with the intention of saving you money. It's called Slick Deals, saving you cash on everything from food to electronics. Vitaly Pecharski explains how it works.
Slick Deals helps shoppers discover the joy of great deals. The platform brings together millions of shoppers who every day come, read, vet, upvote the very best deals from all of your favorite retailers like Amazon, Walmart, Dell, Lenovo, you name it. You can really find deals on anything from pantry snacks to camping equipment to AirPods, and actually be certain that you're getting the best deal right now. And if on your first or second or third visit you don't find something that's interesting, come back again, make sure to check in, because every day we have hundreds of new deals.
Check it out, slickdeals.com, or download the app from the App Store for iPhone or Google Play for Android.
That was your Tech It Out Minute, brought to you by Norton.
Right now, you can switch from cable television to satellite television for free. That's right, we're offering free equipment, free installation, plus get a free $100 prepaid Visa card. Call the Satellite TV hotline right now. Make the switch from cable to satellite television and expand your viewing horizon. On top of free installation, for a limited time, we're offering a fixed price guarantee. With Satellite TV, you'll save money over your expensive cable bill. Plus, get access to hundreds of channels. And when you call right now, you can also ask about our seniors and military discounts. So make the switch to Satellite TV right now. Everybody gets free installation, free equipment, plus a $100 prepaid Visa card. Call right now and you can switch to Satellite TV and be watching everything you wanted to within the next week. And remember, installation's free, so call right now. 800-380-4301. 800-380-4301. 800-380-4301. That's 800-380-4301.
For 250 years, brave Americans have answered the call to defend our freedoms. Wounded Warrior Project honors this legacy of service and sacrifice with life-changing support for post-9/11 veterans, service members, and their families. We help warriors access VA benefits, improve their mental and physical health, and provide them with career assistance so they can thrive for a lifetime. Join us in honoring warriors at woundedwarriorproject.org/America.
Did a single company save the stock market from crashing into a recession? The Watchdog on Wall Street podcast with Chris Markowski. Every day, Chris helps unpack the connection between politics and the economy and how it affects your wallet. Tech powerhouse NVIDIA's earnings report did not disappoint. But what does that tell you about the value of AI? This cannot save the market forever. Whether it's happening in D.C. or down on Wall Street, it's affecting you financially. Be informed. Check out the Watchdog on Wall Street podcast with Chris Markowski on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Or maybe you just want the truth about the latest models before you head to the dealership? Then you need Car Coach Reports. Lauren Fix will give you the unfiltered truth. You'll get an insider's perspective on a wide range of automotive topics in a fun, fast segment with a bit of attitude. Car Coach Reports gives you the inside track. Don't get lost in the hype. Get the facts you can trust in an easy-to-digest segment. When it comes to buying a car, she covers it all. Politics, new cars, used cars, the best practices when you're getting your car, and everything you should know about maintaining your car. Plus, what's coming up next in the automotive market and how to prepare yourself. Subscribe now to Car Coach Reports on YouTube and join thousands of drivers who rely on Lauren for honest expert advice. And if you're looking for more car reviews, Lauren also has Car Smarts on YouTube.
Liberty Nation with Mark Angelides.
Can the nexus of two populist leaders make New York City great again? And what would that even look like? Find out on this edition of Liberty Nation Radio.
Author, columnist, managing editor of LibertyNation.com, podcast host and conservative policy advocate.
We dismiss history at our peril.
Liberty Nation with Mark Angelides.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say half a mile ago, por favor. And I'd say sad dispenser to Gaigi Kulor.
Buenas and half a day. Good afternoon. I am Melissa Savaras, filling in for Paulie Suba today, and we are on the Wave 105.1. And I'd just like to thank my producer today, Mr. Teo. Off a day, Teo. How are you?
Off a day, ma'am. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, so Teo, how was your Thanksgiving weekend?
It was great. I got to sleep and watch Stranger Things all day with my girlfriend. Amazing.
Yeah, Christmas movies have been playing for the last few weeks, and so
Yeah.
this was like if you wanted to sit and do nothing and just relax, it's a good time because you can binge watch all kinds of holiday movies, right? And enjoy a takeout meal if you didn't cook at home. And so I know a lot of families spent quality time together, and those are things that we look forward to. And then there were some fiestas over the weekend. Agana Heights celebrated their fiesta this past weekend, and we'll be talking later to Mayor Richard Arroyo later on in the show.
Okay.
And we'll talk to him and see about how his fiesta went. And I know that they did a great celebration with the parade as well. But that kind of wrapped up the Central Villages and their holiday celebration. So it's Thanksgiving is a time where that kicks off actually the Christmas season. So other than families getting together and giving thanks for what they've had for the year, and some families still have struggles, but the most important thing is being together. You have families that were going through health issues, going through just so many things with the cost of living, the cost of things going up here all over the nation, really. But they still give thanks that they're here and able to celebrate with one another, with each other, and they thank God for that. Another thing that happened over the weekend, and it ties in with the holiday preparation, is Black Friday. And so I know there was a lot of pre-Black Friday shopping advertisements that were going on throughout the island, and not just on island, but also on the internets for cheap, good deals, great deals, especially with, to prepare for the holidays, right? So were you out there shopping as well, Teo?
Cinnamon, $20 on Friday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
So
I ate the whole box.
Yeah, so those are things that we looked forward to. I saw some photos of people lining up in the wee hours of the morning over at Home Depot, as well as GPO and the malls. Both Micronesia Mall and Kmart were both filled with people, a lot of people shopping and trying to get their early Christmas deals, right? To get the most from their bucks, right? Their money that they had saved for the holiday spending. So that's always exciting to see that families are, no matter what their financial situations are, they're still out there able to spend quality time with families, and then at the same time, prepare a little bit, do a little bit of shopping as well. Their GCC, Guam Community College, had their holiday fair on Black Fridays as well. And so there's a lot of other ways, and not just shopping, going to the department stores, but with the holiday spending, to go to fairs and find great deals and different gifts, right? We're not just talking clothes and toys and electronics, but nice handmade gifts that are also being sold and created through the different artisans that we have here throughout our island. And then also things that you don't normally find in the department stores that can be found at these fairs that are happening throughout the island. So those are great things that that started this weekend, and we're so happy that that we have these different activities and different family events that people can that can partake in, as well as the Salvation Army had a great turnout as well over at the Chamorro village on Thanksgiving Day, with many, many volunteers who came out to assist in the feeding during the Thanksgiving holiday meal with the Salvation Army and their team. Restaurants, wholesalers, many organizations came out to help with preparing the food, but as well as also serving the food. And I heard that it was a plated lunch. I saw that it was actually a plated lunch where the guests who came for the meals sat at their tables and they were actually served by the volunteers. So I think that was a great gesture this year for that the Salvation Army and their team of volunteers and donors did with the families that came to partake in that holiday meal. So we have a couple of guests lined up for later in the show. Some of them will actually be calling in and talking about their year. I want to kind of wrap up on, we have some new elected officials that started in January, were sworn in, and they had all kinds of plans for their communities, and I want to talk to them about what has transpired over the last 11 months and how things are going and for their preparation for the upcoming year, as well as the holiday celebrations. Other places that we want to, touch base with is where those that are not sure of what they're going to do. Maybe they're going through some kind of depression, where there's help out there. If they need somebody to talk to, they can call the hotline numbers or go see clergy or a friend to talk about how they're feeling, if they're feeling depressed. Sometimes, the holidays is a time for celebration and for families to be together, but sometimes in our communities, we still have people that have a hard time dealing with the holidays. And with that, because of that, we have organizations such as Guam Behavioral Health and Health Center that actually provides a 988 number for those that need somebody to talk to, need a friend to reach out to, and maybe they're not comfortable with talking to their neighbors or their family members or even a coworker, but want to talk to somebody that they can get professional help with. And so we have that with Guam Behavioral Health. They can call the 988 number and speak to a trained or licensed professional who can help them get over their anxiousness, maybe anxiety, or just uncertainty of the holidays and how they feel. As well as other clinics, private clinics are also providing, counseling services if they need. They can talk to their primary physicians, and there's ways that the primary physicians can also help them deal with their grief or depression during the holiday season. And so, we want to make sure that we take care of families as well, assure them that, there's people that care for them, and that, this time of the year, if they're not feeling well about celebrating, there's other ways to get through the holidays. And so those are things that we want to maybe focus on and talk to your neighbor. How well do you know your neighbor? Maybe reach out to them and just be that kind friend to offer them an ear or just, someone to talk to. You can sing with them. And that's another thing is that, caroling will be starting, Christmas caroling in different places. And so the month of December came up really quick with us throughout the island. And so I'm not sure that everybody's ready for it, but the good thing is that we need to reflect on why we're celebrating the birth of our Christ, as well as the friendships that we have with the people around us. And so with that, we want to so Teo, how are you? How was it with your shopping? Did you shop over the weekend? Did you go and
No, I did not, ma'am. I did not shop.
Okay.
I'm broke. How about you?
No, I didn't go shopping either. But, just looking at the different sales that they had out there. And I read the papers and saw that, wow, there were people in line really early in the morning. It was still dark when I saw those photos.
Really?
I said, wow, they must have really had eyed something at that store that they wanted to get for a good deal, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I know some places were selling electronics, right?
Yeah.
And at Home Depot, it was their Christmas decoration that people wanted to get so that they can dress up their yards and their homes for the holidays. And that's always nice. I said, this year I want to put more lights up. So I found some yard signs, it's just small yard metal sign, like Minnie Mouse, right? Or Mickey Mouse. A Christmas decoration. So I bought two of those, and I put them into my yard. I said, well, I have dogs that run around. And so I said the metal ones would be safe because my dogs won't knock them down when they're running around in the yard. But, other than that, I think I saw that that's what most people that went to Home Depot were looking for, was their Christmas decor, their yard decor.
Yeah.
Because it went down. The price went down over the Black Friday holiday. So that's exciting, that people are going to decorate and be a little more festive around their homes, during that time. So, that's what we're looking forward to. So do we need to go on a break?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a break right now, and then we'll just connect at the other side of the advertisements, right, and the news. Okay. Thanks, Dave. Okay.
Half a day at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Hapade Guausi Pauly Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Is your child having difficulty walking, talking, playing and learning like other children? As parents, we ask ourselves, what should I be doing? If you are worried about your child's development, the Guam Early Learning Council is here to help. Simply dial 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays, to get resources and valuable information. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Wellness.
Buenas and off a day, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Half a day Guam, yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
You want what's best for your baby, a healthy birth, a happy home. You want to prepare your child for school and see your child take on the world. The Guam Early Learning Council is here to help. To get resources and information on helping your child succeed, dial 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Wellness.
Hapade Guausi Paulty Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Let's boogie at the Guam International Dance Festival from December 5th through the 7th with over 20 competing dance groups from Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Korea, and Guam. The festival features 2 competition categories, cultural and contemporary, showcasing diversity, movement, and artistry from Guam and across the region. Plus, celebrity judges, master classes, and a special performance by K-pop dance sensation Enfer. You don't want to miss this one. Details at visitguam.com and follow Visit Guam on socials. Guam International Dance Festival is a GDB signature event.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Chamorro, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Malessu, this land is all that we know.
Half a day and welcome back to the Wave 105 FM. I am Melissa Savares, former mayor of Derrida, and I am here covering for Paulty Suba this afternoon. And I'd like to thank Tio for producing for me today. Thank you, Tio.
Thank you.
Okay, so, earlier I was talking about having family time. And one of the things is that, it's important. Guam is such a small island, very familiar oriented, and our people that live here are, Guamanians. We're not all native to Guam. A lot of families have migrated to Guam and chose to make Guam their home. And so one of the, a lot of things is our families are interconnected through the islands. And sometimes, our cultures, if we come from an island, our cultures are very, very similar to the cultures of others from other islands. And so, of course, our feast and our gatherings could maybe entail foods from different cultures. The Chamorro and the Filipino foods are very similar. A lot of our foods come through were introduced to us through the Spanish era, right? During the time that Spanish came to Guam. And so our food that we have in our homes are very similar to what is prepared in the Philippines and the other, especially our Chamorro foods are very similar to what we have in our neighboring islands of Saipan, Tinian, and Ruta, and the northern islands as well. And so one of the things that I like to, always emphasize is being a little more sustainable, and how we as an island can prepare our meals or know where our next meals are coming from. Are we waiting for things that are imported and we depend on shipping, or are we trying to grow our own produce and raise our own meats? If chickens, I like to hear when families say, we had kadun manok fresco. That means that they raised the chicken in the yard and then killed it and cooked it, right? And so those are things that are native to our island and our culture, are things that are raised. We have families that raise pigs and chickens, and that has always been a main source of food that goes to that's prepared and put on our tables as we share our feast with our families and our neighbors and our loved ones. So, sustainability is very important. We are on an island that depends on imports, but we are all trying. I saw that there were over 300 farmers recently that got together and talked about ways to increase the produce inventory that we have here on Guam, and good ways to also best practices on what to plant during certain times of the year, as well as how we can help with decreasing the invasive pest that sometimes harm our crops. Slugs, I know, are pests that and beetles that also affect our crops when we're growing produce here on Guam. As a matter of fact, we see it with the coconut trees that we see. Just yesterday, I was watering my garden and I saw a big hole in the middle of the trunk of my coconut tree, and sure enough, there were beetle larvae in there. And so, I said to my son, we need to do something about this, where we were going to take it down. I love the leaves and the coconuts, but you could tell that it's an affected tree with the rhino beetles. But we need to find ways to protect and seclude that so that we're not allowing the larvae to hatch and also affect other trees nearby. So, those are ways, but as far as harvesting other things, it's still Laguana season. We have, I see pichai that's being sold out there, cucumbers. So we're working closely with farmers and seeing what they can do to rotate their crops so that we can provide nutrition to our families that live and depend on these crops to feed their families. Other farmers that are out there are our livestock farmers. Unfortunately, we do not have a slaughterhouse here, but we do have piggeries, we have chicken farms, egg-laying chickens, so we get fresh eggs from chickens that lay eggs. And there's several families that have 2 or 3 chickens at home, and they don't go buy eggs at home at the stores anymore because they have enough chickens eggs from their chickens to sustain their family for the week. And so those are backyard farmers, that the families that do that as well. So these are things that we need to look at and talk about, because how can we be a little more sustainable among our households, as well as within our communities. In several places, I know over at the old Department of Administration building, which is in Hagatnya, right across the street from the Aganya Post Office, as well as in the same area where the Plaza de España is our raised gardens. And I believe that's Guahan Sustainability that's maintaining those gardens with the help of volunteers. And so that's always a great thing when the volunteers come in. There's another location that I see almost on a daily basis, which is the Guam Sports Complex, right next to the swimming pool. The Derrida pool is raised gardens as well. And I know in those raised gardens, I see a lot of lemongrass being grown there. And I'm not sure what other plants are being grown, but it's very visible with the lemongrass. And, for people that don't stuff turkeys or pigs, or, with stuffing, or at least the turkeys, I like to stuff it with lemongrass, so the flavor from the lemongrass actually goes in as you're baking it. And so those are things that we can use lemongrass for. As people like to also, families like to also cook lemongrass with their chickens, right? So they bake their chicken, or they dice the chicken up, and they have chicken cooked with lemongrass. So those are ways to cook it. And there's the Guam community, or the University of Guam Cooperative Extension has a nutrition class where they also teach individuals how to make certain dishes with the different kinds of produce that are being grown and harvested here on Guam. So those are always positive things for families to take advantage of. I saw that they had a nutrition class, and for 3 weekends or 3 Saturdays, it was, I believe they paid $25, and then they were able to learn how to prepare several dishes that were not only nutritious but also, healthy for, of course, because I believe that anything picked or harvested within 5 miles of where you're going to consume it is actually the best nutrition that you can get. So I'm seeing that today, December 1st is World AIDS Day. And so, of course, just like we celebrate these days for families that maybe have endured, or the awareness. World AIDS Day is the awareness of why we celebrate this. But over the years since this disease has been diagnosed, there's a lot of research that has gone through, and a lot of cure for this type of disease and illness. And so, there's just so many things that we celebrate throughout our island that we give thanks for. We thank each other. We thank God for our neighbors, our family, and those that are close to us, because knowing someone and being able to trust someone that you can talk to is very important, especially when you are, it works both ways. When the excitement of celebration is always, something that is very dear to all of us, because, you celebrate and you reflect on, you create memories, but also reflect on times that whether it be times that you were a happy time. A lot of school children are preparing for Christmas programs and celebrations. And then, families, there's going to be a Christmas holiday parade at the Skinner Plaza with the governor's office and the legislature that will work together to have a festive parade for our families to come down and watch and maybe even participate in. And there will be a lot of vendors that will be selling food, drinks, and hopefully some crafts that we can take advantage of and have it there during our celebration. So this is a very festive time, and I look forward to everyone celebrating in one way or another. We just, with, of course, thanking God that we're here and allowing us to have good health, as well as have peace, because this is what this holiday celebration is going to be about. Okay, so Tio,
Yes, ma'am.
so what do you wish for the holidays?
What do I wish for? I wish for.
Do you
I don't know.
have special holiday memories with family? Maybe when you were younger.
Nothing that comes to mind. How about you?
Well, in the past, I remember when my cousins and I we'd get together for the holidays because our parents were still, we were much younger, and just playing.
Oh yeah, okay, I definitely had that.
Yeah,
too,
it's not just about opening presents, but also playing with each other.
Yeah.
And then if they had toys, that we could play games. My grandchildren like board games.
Oh yeah.
So when if somebody got a board game, we all played together.
Yeah.
I remember Sorry was one of our favorites, but another board game that we liked to play was Categories. So you pick a theme, and it's like you act it out. It's so like if you picked
like charades,
similar to charades, right? So everybody else has to guess, and sometimes there's one or two of you that are demonstrating what you're trying to make them guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's fun because you're trying to tell them. So like if you pick like a Christmas tree, you'd be standing there like this, and then you have yeah.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Actually, this last Thanksgiving, me and my family, we actually do that at every family gathering. We play board games.
Board games.
We played I forgot the name. Doodle Dash. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Is it doodling on a sheet of paper?
Basically, like one person has to close their eyes, and then there's this card that has a set of like stuff that you can choose to draw, or like the person that's closing their eyes has to choose. So they choose, and then the people have to draw, and then the person that closes their eyes has to guess.
Guess what it is. Yeah. That's fun, and so the interaction, right?
Yeah,
that's the key thing, right? Is the interaction of families, not just going to an event and then sitting down and eating, and then we're all just we have food coma and we're just lunga, right?
For sure, I think as I get older, that's probably what's most important, or what I look forward to.
Is the interaction.
Nothing else. Yeah. Or the food.
Or the
as
food
well.
too. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So that's it's a fun thing. So the interactions with my cousins, and there wasn't too many of us. We had not very big families. So, but now because everybody has children, they all do stuff on their own, right? But there's still times when we get together and reminisce about. Remember what happened when we did this, or we played a game and we all got in trouble for it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, those are memories that were created, right?
Yeah.
So
sure. Great memories.
Yeah, great memories, and I mean, you're still young, right? So, and it's not just even with your cousins, even when you get together with your friends, right?
Yeah.
Do you play games?
Like video games?
Video games?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my son's a gamer, and he's 38 years old, right?
Yeah.
So he plays games with our relatives who are off island,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's a big thing, and they always say, well, what are you on now at this level, right?
Oh yeah.
And so those are things that because they don't see each other all the time because they don't live in the same area.
Oh, for sure.
But they play games online together, right?
Can I ask what game does he play?
I know Call of Duty was one. That was a famous one, right? And I don't know what others, but sometimes I get mangang, scared when I don't know that he's playing a game because he has his headphones, and then he's screaming and what's going on?
At 1 o'clock in the morning?
Well, sometimes it's at 10 o'clock at night when I'm going down, and so I'm saying, what happened,
Oh, yeah, I got many of those times my mom was getting mad at me, too.
Yeah, she goes, that, I said, what happened? I thought somebody broke into the house or something, right? Yeah. And so, yeah.
Sorry you have to deal with that. Sorry.
Maybe put a muzzle. But yeah. So those are things. And so do you know the people that you play games with?
Yeah, I do.
You do? So they're all on island?
No.
Not really?
Some of my friends are in the States, too.
Yeah.
They moved off island, yeah.
Yeah, so you just happen to be playing, and then you see their name pop up, right? Because some of them have name codes or whatever.
Yeah.
So
You should try it.
I look at that and I said, man, that'll keep me up all night. I'll probably get addicted and stuff. Yeah. So, those are memories, right? And then you always remember that when you had the meal, you always had that favorite auntie's whatever, right? That she made the best thing of whatever.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Like, my uncle is the kadu.
Yeah.
Banadu.
Oh, you like kadu and banadu. Yeah. Do you go hunting?
No, I don't.
Yeah, so it's better that they go hunting and bring it, right?
Yeah, always better.
Yeah. Yeah, so you always have that favorite dish that somebody makes and nobody makes it the way they do.
Mm-hmm.
So those are things to look forward to, when we're celebrating, right?
What's yours?
I like the rejenu, the chamorro stuffing.
Rejenu?
Yeah, it's not stovetop stuffing. It's from the box. It's homemade stuffing that we make here on Guam, right? And a lot of that, it's not hard to make. It's just very time consuming, because you get all these different ingredients and put it together.
What typically is in the homemade?
It's usually ground beef, cooked with onions and garlic, and then you have diced potatoes that are fried. Or recently I put mine in my air fryer. And then, some people like celery in it. Some people like, they have olives and pimentos, and carnation milk or evaporated milk.
Really?
And ketchup. And some people like celery, so they chop up the celery and put that in too. And then they mix it all together in croutons. Croutons are either the toasted bread, or you can buy the croutons that they use for salad.
Oh, yeah.
And mix that in.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and then they mix it, and it's, what they do is you can either do one of two things. Stick it in your turkey before you bake it so that it bakes, and the flavor of the stuffing goes into the turkey, the meat. Or you can bake it in a separate pan and then serve it, and have people get it as they go out and dish their meal, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, others, they just get the box of stovetop stuffing and make it like that,
Can
right?
you make me some?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna try that.
Yeah. So, and those are specialties. Those are the preparations of the holiday meals.
A lot of love. Put work into it.
Yeah. And so, that's a great thing about the holidays is that special dishes come out. Some for the holidays, I have an aunt that makes fruit cakes for the holidays. And I have a friend whose sister makes fruit cookies, And so it's time consuming because they soak their fruits in, I believe it's rum or some kind of alcohol. And they soak it for over 24 hours so that when they bake it in the mixture, you can really taste that alcohol.
Marinade.
Yeah, like they marinated it, right? So those are things that we look forward to, is the special things that are made during the holiday season, where families share, their specialties that are only made during the holidays. And I'm sure that things can be made during the rest of the year, but specifically certain fruits are only sold for the fruitcake for the holidays during this time.
Like what, for example?
There's a thing called mincemeat.
Mincemeat?
Mincemeat, and it goes into a fruitcake.
What?
Yeah, it's only sold during the holidays, and that's what a lot of people who make fruitcakes for the holidays use, and they can only get hold of it during this time of the year to make their special fruitcakes. But those are things that we look forward to, and the celebrations. And really, it's about creating memories, right? Because you too will create memories with your family or even your friends, whether you're playing a board game or playing a game online, right?
Yeah.
It's that. And nowadays, because of technology, We either have Skype. Well, Skype's kind of old, but FaceTime, WhatsApp. A lot of people are using that to connect with their relatives or friends who are not here. And, it's like we're just calling next door. Before, we would have to make a telephone call and, use a telecommunication company that will connect us with long distance, right? Wow. But you couldn't see the person. Now, with WhatsApp and FaceTime and, even Zoom, you can see everybody and like they were here. They were just in the same room, right?
Blessing. Wow.
Yeah, and so that's a great way to connect, even with families or friends that are not here on Guam, or, and remember that we're always a day ahead of those in the mainland. So when we're connecting with them, we have to look at the time difference and see, okay, are they up or are they celebrating? Sometimes we're getting ready for bed, they're just waking up, kind of thing, depending on where you're calling. Yeah. And, just being part of that celebration, right, and connecting. So it's always, did you grow up here on Guam?
Basically, yeah. I came in when I was 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where'd you come from? Where'd you move? California?
Yeah.
Okay. What part of California?
Vallejo.
Okay, so that's in Central, right? Oh, no, up north.
I have no idea.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I should research that.
So you went to school here on Guam then, because you came when you were 7, right?
Yeah.
And so you still connect with family in Vallejo?
Yes, my grandma lives out there, my aunties.
Uh-huh.
We're originally from here, so I also have a lot of family here.
Yeah, yeah. And so it's always good because you can still connect with them. Do you visit, or do they come over here to visit with you?
Usually,
your family?
Yeah, they would come here.
Yeah.
Make more money, so. We don't make enough money.
Well, that's the thing, is that the cost of flights, right?
Yeah.
To go to mainland, right?
It's a lot.
U.S. mainland is a lot. But like I said, you can still connect through technology, right?
For sure.
And you still create those memories. Yeah. So, I always say that we talk about those memories that we created from antes from the past, right? Remember when we were younger, that kind of stuff, right? And when you came to visit and you unscrewed the brakes on my moped at the time,
Unscrewed the brakes on my moped.
Yeah, so those are crazy kind of conversations, but we laugh about it today because it was something that, somebody got in trouble for or whatever, right?
Someone unscrewed the brakes on your moped?
It was actually my brother's moped, and I was riding it, and my cousins thought it was my brother that was going to get on it.
Oh, and you were.
And I ended up riding it home, and I was coming down the hill.
You crashed?
And I crashed into the ditch. I threw myself into the ditch because the brakes weren't working.
Did you get hurt?
No, of course, because there was a lot of grass in the ditch. The thing is, when we got together recently, and we're all in our over 50s, right? So when we talked about it just a few months ago, we were together with my cousins who did all that. And they said, oh, yeah, remember we got in trouble? I said, yeah, but I was freaking out, kind of thing. So we have those discussions and we laugh about it because, we were young and of course, the boys were naughty, right?
Yeah.
But those are memories that we remember, and we laugh about it and we share with, other family members. And then we, play games and talk about who did what at what game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, those are things that we share, especially when we have family gatherings. And those are precious, right? Because even when we're just talking about it after many, many years, we talk about it and we laugh, and then we talk about it again, so just like your gaming and your gatherings with your relatives, those will be things you talk about as you get older, right? And when you get together again. So,
Sure.
or even family visits, right? When your relatives come from Vallejo to Guam, they can talk about, our last visit we did this, we went around the island, or we barbecued at Uncle's house, right? That kind of stuff. And, share the different things when that you did together. Mm-hmm. And that's always, it's about creating memories, reminiscing, and just spending quality time with those that are close to you. And I know that there's some people that really don't have because their children have grown and moved away, but they might have a neighbor or two that, or a relative that can check on them, right? And so here we deal with a lot of senior citizens who actually don't have that family connection because their families are gone or no longer living here. But they still have their connection with their neighbors and friends that they consider, friends that become family to them, right? And so those are great things that we share here on Guam. And that's a good thing about being the closely knit family relationships that we have here, right?
For sure, ma'am. I agree.
Yeah. So we're almost at the top of the hour, and we'll we have a couple of people that we'll give a call to in about a few minutes, and then just appreciate what we have out there. I just want to remind people to also do not rush when you're going from one place to another, so that we prevent any unnecessary accidents. I know everybody wants to get to the mall at a certain time or get to their next destination for something, but what's important is to get there safely, right? And so we'll go ahead and take that break right now. Okay, thank you.
Insurance. I'm Michael Toscano. Travelers returning home from Thanksgiving face delays at major airports as winter weather disrupted schedules. We have more from correspondent David Malkoff.
More than a foot of snow came down over parts of the Midwest and Great Lakes regions over this wintry weekend, generating dangerous conditions for drivers and air travelers alike. Des Moines International Airport was shut down on Sunday after an airplane slid off the taxiway.
The winter weather has been moving from the central U.S. into the Northeast with rain and snow. Cyber Monday sales are now getting underway following robust Black Friday spending. Deals promoted as some of the best of the holiday season are expected as the post-Thanksgiving shopping marathon wraps up. We have more from CBS News New York's Alice Gaynor.
There are still a number of people that go into stores.
Joe Shastine is with Retail Next and tracks in-store traffic. He says Black Friday is still the top in-store shopping day of the year, despite fewer people in stores the last 2 years.
It was really more what we're seeing from changing shopper behavior, with the impact of tariffs and inflation.
In the midst of all the buying, there are many in the U.S. having trouble getting food on their tables. Claire Babinoff-Autino, CEO of Feeding America, told CBS's Face the Nation the problem is growing.
You may be surprised to learn that food insecurity rates before the shutdown were higher than at any point during the pandemic. As an example, we're continuing to see very high demand. I think part of the reason is because the fastest growing group of people turning to the charitable food system are people who don't even qualify.
Investigators in Stockton, California are appealing to the public for tips, cell phone video, witness accounts, and any information at all as they search for a suspect in a deadly Saturday night shooting at a kid's birthday party. Heather Brent is with the San Joaquin Sheriff's Office.
We have 15 victims, 4 of those which are unfortunately deceased. Ages for those deceased victims is 8, 9, 14, and 21 years old.
The FBI has joined the investigation. Lawmakers from both parties are saying they support congressional reviews of U.S. military strikes against vessels suspected of smuggling drugs in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific. President Trump defended the U.S. military buildup there on his way back to Washington from Florida.
We consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country. They sent millions of people, really, and probably a number in excess of that. And a lot of those people shouldn't be in our country, from jails, from gangs, from drug dealers.
Zootopia 2 broke box office records Thanksgiving weekend. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls, whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's chicken pot pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
We have some tips now on the type of luggage you might like to consider adding to your holiday wish list.
When you're trying to keep track of kids' carry-ons and flight times, it would be helpful if your luggage makes travel easier. A study by Consumer Reports found that hardshell luggage offers travelers some real benefits. Consumer Reports' Tanya Christian.
Hardshell is going to give you better protection if you're packing fragile items, and it's going to offer more security that can't be ripped open as easily. It also keeps you from overstuffing your bag.
And an investigation found about two-thirds of carry-ons were larger than the maker claimed, so overstuffing may cause the bag to not fit in the overhead. Stephen Kaufman, CBS News.
Major retail chains and tech companies offered new or updated artificial intelligence tools for holiday shopping. The latest versions of shopping assistants and agents using AI by Walmart, Amazon, Google, and others are designed to provide personal product recommendations, track prices, and even place orders. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
WGUM-FM, Dedido. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
Sometimes losing money on investments can actually pay off. I'm Stephen Cates with the Bankrate Personal Finance Minute. Tax loss harvesting is a strategy where investors use losses to help reduce their tax bill. Here's how it works. If you sell investments that have lost value, those losses can offset gains from other investments that have made money. Let's say you sold some winning stocks this year. You'll likely owe capital gain tax on the profits. But if you also sell some losers, those losses can balance out your taxable gains, reducing what you owe. And if your losses exceed your gains, you can deduct up to $3,000 against ordinary income each year, with any leftover losses carried forward to future years. Just be careful with what's called the wash sale rule. That prevents you from claiming a loss if you buy back the same or nearly identical investments within 30 days. Tax loss harvesting can't change your long-term investment goals, but it can help you make the most of some bad luck, legally turning lemons into lemonade. For more, check out Bankrate. I'm Stephen Cates.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Hey, Hoffaday, good afternoon. You are listening to the Wave 105.1. I am Melissa Savares, filling in for Paulty Suba this afternoon. And I'd like to thank Tio on the other side of the wall, of the glass, for producing today. He's doing such a great job on your 5th day, right, Tio?
Yeah, 5th day.
Thank you for being here. So I'm glad, we were talking earlier about things that are only sold during the holiday season to prep certain dishes. And minced meat is actually fruit that's soaked in alcohol and fruits, spices, and brandy or other booze. So it's something that's prepared, used. Many bakers actually use this when they're making their fruit cakes for the holidays or their fruit cookies. So whenever you eat you take a bite out of your fruit cake and you can taste. I've tried it where it's been soaked in rum for many, many hours so that when they bake it in there, you can not only smell the alcohol, but you can taste it when you eat it. So that's one of the holiday treats that is only done during the holidays. Another treat is at some of the bakeries, they sell this dessert called Silvanas. And it's a Filipino delicacy that only, again, comes out during the holidays. And that's a special treat when, families have that on the table as a dessert for the holidays when they have their family gatherings. And so, there's different ways of celebrating the holidays and really about giving back. This is a time for us to not just give thanks most of all, but also a time for us to find ways how we can give back to those that are in need. Several years ago, the Mayor's Council of Guam actually did a call out for foster families, foster parenting. And so what happens is if you're interested in being a foster parent to help foster children who have nowhere to go because of one reason or another, that they are not with their families, it's important that they go into a safe home. So the application process is with the Department of Public Health's Child Protective Services or through the Harvest House which is a nonprofit organization that works with foster families. And if you're interested in giving of your time, your space in your home, and also just giving back to the community, this might be a program that you can maybe even just, if you're interested in wanting to know more about what you can do to help a family, you can call the Department of Public Health, Bureau of it's the Child Protective Services office, and inquire about what you can do to go through an orientation with the foster families to become a foster family. And so you can call CPS, the Department of Public Health's Child Protective Services, at 671-475-2672 or 2611 to inquire on how to become a foster parent. Another place that you can call is the Harvest House at 671-300-300-5433 and find out how you can become, or what's important is how you can try to attend an orientation on how you can attend an orientation to become a foster parent. Sometimes, you're not sure if you meet the qualifications or the requirement, but you have the space in your home and the time to give love to children. And so with that, you can give these two agencies, organizations, a call and inquire how you can attend an orientation to maybe make a difference for a child's life on Guam. And so call CPS or the Harvest House and get involved, make a difference, and make a difference in a child's life. Another way is to volunteer. Maybe you want to do reading to children. You can call the Hagåtña Library. There's always, they have spaces for reading, time slots for reading corners at the various libraries throughout the island, and make a difference in going into those, into the various libraries that are around the island, and read to children. The University of Guam and the Cedars at the University of Guam has a program where families can do a reading program, learn to read, and learn how to. It's called children's play, and village playtime, and where families can come with their children, and it can't just be the children by themselves. The parents have to come, and so that they can learn how to do activities after reading stories to their children. And the books are provided by the University, Cedars, and the Department of Public Health. They work together to provide this program for families. And so it's about spending quality time with a child and making a difference in that child's life or children's lives. So those are ways to give back to the young people in our community, and just making a difference to make time and spend quality time. And that's what our community is about, is how we can find ways to play, to take them out of the home and get some fresh air and sunshine, and go to the parks. Most of the parks have playground equipment in most of the villages where children have a safe place to go and play. And, you know, it's great when you see families together. You see the adults and the children playing together in a park and not just, playing on their phones or they're actually running around. The swimming pool in Derido at the sports complex is also a great way to be with your children. I know that the only day that the pool is closed is on Wednesdays, where they do maintenance and cleaning at the pool. But other than that, all days of the week, Thursday through Tuesday, the pool is open. And, you know, we also have our beautiful beaches, you know, that if you live closer to a beach, a public beach where you can just go out and go swimming and play on the sand, or closer to the swimming pool, then that's a great outdoor activity for families to do together. And so it's about spending quality time and very inexpensive way to entertain each other with the children as well as the adults in the family. And it's a great activity because we're not just cooped up in our homes, of course, watching TV, right? Couch potatoes, or playing with each other and interacting with each other is healthy and also great ways to create memories as well. We talked about creating memories during the holidays with family and friends. And then you can create memories with your children by being outside and doing activities outside. And later on, we'll be talking to also Northern Mayor as well on the next hour about an activity that they do. They're having their Fiesta tournament, and they're actually have teams from all over the island where families are coming out and watching the kids play basketball all together. And we have the families, grandpas, great-grandmas, and great-grandparents, and uncles and aunties that come out and watch the children play their favorite sports, right? Whether it be preparing to start baseball for the next season, or just ending football or soccer, and also basketball and volleyball. So there's many activities that we can do outdoors and take part in and just enjoy our nature, our island. The wind, it was very windy out this weekend, being out at the courts as well as the playgrounds. So that's an activity that we should all, take advantage of. And of course, like I said, if you have time and space in your homes, also reach out and see how you can make a difference in a child's life by calling the Harvest House or also the Child Protective Services to see how you can become a foster parent or foster family here on Guam, because that's a great need. And like I said, several years ago, that was an initiative for the holidays rather than having celebrations. The Mayor's Council looked for families in their each respective villages to see who can make a difference in a child's life and become a foster parent. So, it's about reaching out. Don't wait for somebody to come to you to say, can you volunteer? Look in your heart and deep thoughts about wanting to make a difference in a family's life, right? And these are all temporary because with fostering, the goal is to reunify the families as one whole family, and so reunify the children as much as possible with their biological families as well. So those are great things that we can do together. We never do anything alone here on Guam. We're like I said, very familia oriented, And so that's one way of reaching out and making a difference. So think about it. Think on how else you can make a difference this holiday season by spending time. And you know, you don't, gift giving is not really, I mean, it's people like to do that because they have the means to buy gifts, but I think quality time spending together is the most important gift that you can give to a child, a person, a manamko. This holiday season is spending time to listen and talk and even sing together. And singing is a form of prayer, but also a form of joy and celebration. You don't have to just sing at the karaoke bars in at the lounges, right? You can sing anywhere, sing in the shower, sing when you're together, sing when you're out in the fields or in the playgrounds, right? But that's a way of communication too. And I think that that's one great way that we can celebrate with each other and find time to do that with each other, especially those that are dear to us and that mean a lot to us here on Guam or in our families and our friends. Because there are a lot of friends that don't have immediate families, but we've adopted here on Guam. We throughout our islands, we adopt friends to make them become our families. And so that's a great way to start and kick off the month of December by reflecting on the celebrations. Okay, so we'll take a break we're in the mid part of the hour. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and then come back with our first guest. Okay.
Doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
This holiday season, Chili's is making celebrations easier and tastier. Every platter you order comes with a free chips and salsa appetizer. Whether you're hosting a party or just craving bold flavors, Chili's has got you covered. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Parents, do you notice if your child is having trouble with talking, learning, or avoids eye contact and social interaction? Your child may show signs of autism. If you have a concern with your child's development, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays. Connect early for your child to receive the services they need. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services Division of Children's Wellness.
Attention high school students! It's time to bust a move and bring the heat with the Power 98 Step Up Challenge. Show off your best dance moves, rep your school, and get ready to shine on the longest running video competition on the island. This year, the competition expands from senior classes to all clubs in every high school on Guam. Submit your video, get featured, and let the
island see what you've got. Are you ready to step up and dance your way to the spotlight and big money prizes for your class or club? If you're down and want more information, email me at hbs@glimpsesofguam.com. The Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by Ganya Shopping Center, Bank of Guam, and sponsored by Domino's Pizza.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
Half a day, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the Talk of Guam.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Parents, did you know that if your baby has a hearing problem, their speech and language can be affected? In fact, babies with hearing problems may have trouble learning and communicating their needs. If you are concerned about your baby's hearing, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays for resources and information. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's WANA.
Craving bold flavor? Chili's is bringing the heat with their new sizzling fajita menu. Dig into the new limited time fajita dishes like smothered ribeye, juicy tender steak grilled to perfection, or maybe try their Monterey Jack, loaded with melty cheese and smoky seasoning. Craving seafood? Treat yourself to the fresh and flaky taste of ancho salmon fajita. Each order is perfect for sharing with the fam or squad. With so many worthy choices, you'll want to come back again and again. At Chili's, great food and great value happen here.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Sometimes parenting can be hard. What should I be doing? The Guam Early Learning Council includes partners who can provide you with early childhood services and supports. We are here to assist. For resources and information, simply call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. Early connection can change everything. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Wellness.
Experience the taste of authentic flavors at Majesty Restaurant. Open now at the Royal Orchid Hotel lobby level. Join us for lunch from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and dinner from 5 o'clock p.m. till 9:30 p.m. Majesty Restaurant now open in the Royal Orchid Hotel.
Hapade Guausi Paulty Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the bright side on Wave 105.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Hey, good afternoon again. This is Mayor this is Melissa Savares, and we are listening to the Wave 105.1 I'm covering for Paulty Suba this afternoon. And we have Tio, who's producing for me on the other side of the glass. If you want to call in, you want to make a comment or give advice to anyone, you can call us at 671-922-1051 or 1052. And so, I was just reading an announcement that just came out right before noon about Gura having applications for senior citizen public housing. So if this is a public announcement from Gura, who is now accepting pre-applications online for Section 8 project-based rental housing program for elderly families only, and starting at 8 a.m. Chamorro Standard Time today through 11:59 p.m., which Wednesday, December 31st. So this is for the month of December. The Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority will be accepting pre-applications for the project-based voucher at the Summertown Estates in Dedido. This pre-application will only be accepted online. And so what is a Section 8 project-based voucher program? And this is where Gura Section 8 project-based voucher program is a rental housing assistance program for elderly families. Unlike Section 8 tenants-based program, the project program subsidizes 112 rental units at the Summertown Estates in Dedido. And this family rental share is usually 30% of their household adjusted gross income. And who can apply for this project are those renting housing at Summertown Estates, and you must meet all of their following criterias. First of all, the applicant to the project must be 62 years or older, and one application submitted per family, and duplicate applications will be rejected. So if there's two elderlies that are over 62 or 62 or older in a family, only one person will be qualified as the head of household. They must also have at least one family member who is either a U.S. citizen or an eligible immigrant. The family's annual income must not exceed the income limit which is listed below. And so the limit is for a family of one person, their annual income limit cannot exceed $33,950. If there are two of them in the two applications or two people in the household, they cannot exceed $38,800. So these senior citizen housings, because they mentioned Summertown, are 1 or 2 bedrooms. And then, so where can they apply? Gura is only accepting applications online. So they must apply online from any computer or smartphone equipped with internet or Wi-Fi. No hand-delivered hard copies or faxed or email or mailed applications will be accepted. They need to go, if anybody is interested, 62 or older, you need to go to the Gura website, and that is www.gura, that's GHURA.org, and click on the yellow box that says Online Housing Applications, and under that, click where it says Open Wait List, and the project-based voucher will come up.
Ma'am?
Yes.
I'm sorry to bother you, but Ms. Lozama's on that.
Okay, so we'll get back to that. Okay. All right. So I have a guest online, Mayor Francis Lizama from Jigo, from the beautiful village of Jigo. Hafaday Mayor, how are you today? Good afternoon. Is she connected?
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. That's all right. Hafaday Mayor.
Hafaday.
Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking. And you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. And so, Mayor Francis, Mayor Lizama, I know you've been in office for 11 months now. And so I'm excited because you're a first-time mayor, but you've always been a public servant. And I wanted to know, how are you doing up in the village of Jigo? I know recently you had a Deldrin event up there, but you managed to work together with the island community and Department of Public Works, Guam Water Works Authority, and EPA, and all the agencies and organizations that help the village through that, right? And I understand that now Deldrin is no longer detected in that well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's great. So I want to congratulate you for that, overcoming that portion of your challenges and your obstacles up in Jigo.
Thank you.
But other than that, you've had so much on your plate since you came in, and I know we can't accomplish everything in a year, but there's a lot. You've had your baseball tournaments over at the Paseo, which is under your program, and your youth programs over at your gym, and just working with the different members of your community. So how has it been?
It's been a pretty exciting ride, kind of like a roller coaster.
Right.
There's the ups and the downs, but, for the most part, the ups, and although, we still do face challenges, but, we just take it one day at a time. And, like you said, we can't solve all the problems in 1 year or 1 day, but, we just work at it one day at a time. And, eventually we're going to get through it.
Yes. So, I'm so happy, that you're able to work with the different programs and the different agencies. And I think the island community really, because people bought stuff, and, because the Cost-U-Less actually offered to, if people bought drinking water, they can deliver it to Jigo and make sure people had, the residents who were affected can have water. So people were buying water at the stores and saying, deliver it to the Jigo mayor's office, right? Or the Jigo gym. And I think that was a great thing where the island community came together, right?
Yes, and, I want to thank everyone for, reaching out and assisting the Jigo residents, because, although boundaries separate us, we're still one community. And, much appreciation to all those who helped out in one way or another. And even if it may seem small to them, but, really just any help, any assistance is a big thing. It means a great deal to the community.
Yes. Yeah. And, you have other things going on in the village. I know you did several cleanups and just connecting with your residents in the different areas. I've seen you out there, so that's exciting, right?
Yes, we want to, one of the biggest challenges that we have, of course, is the abandoned vehicles or the illegal dumping. And, for the most part...
You're never going to solve that problem, Mayor. You can't do that by yourself.
Never ending.
Yes. I've been there.
Yes,
I say they grow out of the ground. They grow out of the ground, right?
Yeah. It's like, you remove one and it gets replaced by 3.
Yeah.
So it's like
yours was 3, mine was 10. I said, wow, let's see, where did that come from?
right. You know, these cars that are sprouting roots.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, that's one of the biggest challenges. Abandoned vehicles and illegal dumping. You know, I try to do as much as I can, especially when we were preparing for the opening of the school. And so I guess, you know, people saw that we were removing the vehicles from the bus shelters and the school vicinity, and so they figured, okay, maybe they'll just
put more
drop
out.
it up there. Yeah, and so, you know, and we remove it, and, you know, because of the safety of the kids, the students, and, you know, it's, like you said, it's a never-ending issue. It's, you know, and so, you know, we try to do as much as we can, and, you know, thank you to the residents who are very responsive in, you know, helping out, and, you know, even, what I've been doing is getting the license plate and the VIN number, and of course, you know, getting the information of the vehicle and trying to get in touch with the owners. And, you know, for the most part, some of them have responded and, you know, was able to remove the vehicle. But, you know, of course, we have those who, you know, we just can't get in touch with. And so, and, you know, the sad part is we don't have the funding for it, you know.
Yeah. It's not as easy as we think, you know, because it's even if it's being collected at the Department of Revenue and Tax and it's being put in a special fund, there's a process for that, right? And sometimes as mayors, the process doesn't move as fast as we want it to, right?
Yeah, and so unfortunately, you know, we've been trying to get over this whole the bid, you know, to get the contract. But, you know, of course, there's always there's a 2-part to the contract. One is the removal, the transport,
the hauling,
but then of course the other part to that is the disposal. So you know, even if we wanted to remove it, where would we dispose of it?
Yes.
You know, so you know, it's just very challenging to, you know, to try and, you know, do what we can, but, you know, of course, you know, without the funding, without the resources of, you know, getting these vehicles disposed of, you know, I mean, we can't really do much. But, you know, we try to do what we can. And you know, of course, thanks to DPW, who at one point was allowing us to bring the vehicles there, but because now their compound is full, so, you know, we're not allowed to bring anything down there now. And so it's one of those, you know, that let's just wait and see what happens. Hopefully we get a contract.
Yeah.
But
so those are several obstacles that you just have to be patient, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, I said the more I be patient, I'm going to end up being a patient in the house. Right?
I might be your roomie.
Yeah. So, you know, but, you know, as a time, because you've been in public service in the past, and, you know the struggles and the challenges. How do you feel that your residents are they responsive to your efforts? I hear good things, you know, with what you've been doing up there. And you can't do it. You can't solve everything in one time, right? At one time.
Yes.
It takes time, and of course, the funding is a big thing. You know, especially when your funding is equally divided, right?
Yeah.
And the staffing, you have the same number of staff that all the other villages have, right? So those are the challenges, because if you had more staff, you would be able to do a lot more, right?
Definitely. You know, for the most part, the residents, they've been very patient and understanding, and, you know, I'm very thankful for that, because, you know, yes, of course, there's always those who, you know, are demanding, and you know, they just want it done like right now.
Or yesterday.
But, you know, for the most part, you know, most of them have been very understanding and patient, and I appreciate it. I appreciate that because, you know, like I said, you know, we try to do it one day at a time. You know, we just kind of like a bucket list, you know, we just check off, you know. But, you know, for the most part, we still continue to do our best, and we still, you know, if we have to think outside the box, you know, we do that, you know. We do what we can.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, again, you know, it's been pretty interesting and exciting.
Yeah. So what do you have plans for the holidays? You know, the holidays are coming up. Do you have anything big in Jigo that you're going to be planning? Do you have, are you putting up decorations? Are you having Santa come by and, you know?
Yes, we're in the process of getting our Christmas decorations together and, you know, prepping it for, we're going to set it up at the outdoor basketball court.
Oh, great. Yeah.
You know, kind of like more centralized to the residents. And, you know, of course, you know, one of the things that I'd like to do is, you know, of course, get Santa and bring the kids out. Maybe one weekend we can do the, I don't know, the Christmas lighting.
Yeah.
And, you know, just get the kids out and get Santa there to give the kids a treat, you know, and if not, you know, just go around, visit the areas and with Santa Claus and give out treats for the kids, you know, how we used to.
Right.
So, yeah. So,
well, that's a great thing. And you have several schools. You have what? Of course, your middle school and your high school, we're still sharing facilities, but you still have what?
We have the three elementary schools here, the public schools plus Dominican, and we have the one there at the Baptist Church.
Right.
So, yeah, we have about 5 schools here.
Great.
So,
and so, you know, then you work together with the schools too, right? So, you know, they're partners with you, right?
Yes. You know, and then of course we have 2 daycare, three daycares here in Jigo that I can think of.
Yeah, so that's great. And just send your invitations, and then the families will come out, right?
Yes. And, you know, and that's the thing is, I want our residents to come out and, you know, enjoy each other's company. You know, although it's once a year that we celebrate the holidays, but you know, it's time for us to just come together and. You know, if you don't know your neighbor, now's the time to know your neighbor, and you know how we want to be able to look out for each other, and you know, be able to take care of each other. So this would be a good thing to just get the people out. You know, it's interesting how first year we did our trunk or treat, and I have to admit that I wasn't expecting the great turnout that we had. But of course, you know, it's just the residents that come out that make it a very successful event.
Of course,
you know, it's the residents that participate, and you know, being wanting to be part of the community.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I always like to say, you know, as residents, we need to take ownership.
Of course,
of our village.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because that's the only way is that, and then you get to know your neighbors, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. But you know, you mentioned about sports. You know, we're still doing our softball league right now. We're still trying to finish up the regular season, and hopefully, we'll be able to end the season before Christmas. You know, but again, it all depends on the weather.
Yes.
But,
are you guys still playing at Paseo at the Guerrero Stadium?
Yes. Tuesdays we do softball down at Guerrero Field. Saturday and Sundays here at the Jigo Field.
Oh, okay. So you're playing at Jigo also.
Yes. So we do that, and so we have 35 teams participating, and I'm just amazed at how we're able to bring that many teams out.
Yeah.
Considering that Jigo, I'm sure, is not the only one that's doing a softball league or a tournament, but when you have these ball players who
want to play,
who are out,
right?
Yes. Interesting how even before I came into office, the question was, when are we going to have our league? And so, of course, I'll never forget that we do have our regular softball players, but on top of that, I also want to bring back the T-ball. For the
That's right,
kids.
the little league T-ball.
The pitching machine. I don't even know they still use pitching machine, but I know definitely I would like to bring back the
T-ball,
the league for the little kids.
Yes,
because we want to instill in them good sportsmanship, discipline. So that
teamwork.
they become productive citizens. So,
right, that's a great thing because you're really engaging the youths. Right now, we have for the Dedito Fiesta, they have a youth basketball program going on right now. It's actually a fiesta tournament, and I couldn't believe our organizers, the organizers there, actually worked with the mayor's office, and they have 34 teams. Basketball teams. So I mean, there's a team from Malesso, from even the southern villages are participating. The Mount Carmel, I believe, has 3 teams participating. And so, I said, that's great that the kids have something to do, right? And, when the kids have to be out there, the parents have to be out there too, right? Because they can't drive themselves, right? Yeah. And so it's great to see the interaction with the teams, and I know that I said, wow, this many children are playing, and they're co-ed teams, so they're not just boys playing against girls or whatever, there's mixed teams, so and for their age group, so that's really exciting to see. And I saw the families come out, and something that we see during the summertime always happens like this, right? Where we have our youth basketball teams come out. But this one, it was, I said, you don't see this at this time of the year unless you're playing sports for middle school, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it's a great way.
That's one of the things that I've always talked about is, back in the days growing up, we were able to go to different villages and challenge the other villages. That's something that I want to bring back, at least for Jigo. Let's get the kids out and let's coordinate with the other villages to start up a league where, again, you go to the different villages and
we all have the gyms and the courts, and now you have the outdoor courts, right, that are covered.
Yep.
So rain or shine, they're still playing together, and so those are great things, great ways to interact. And then you see families that come from the other villages, right? So that's fun, and I'm glad that we even have the adult teams. There's, I think he said 18 adult teams. We had the Anderson Bombers versus the Santa Barbara Manumcos, right? So that was a fun game to watch, and these are the adults. So we're excited for you. I'm really happy that things are going well. You have 3 more years to go. And I'm sure there's a lot more that you want to do.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I want to congratulate you for all that, because
thank you. You know how they say there's so many things to do, not enough time.
Not enough time, right? Yeah.
But again, that's one of the things that I like to bring back is the little kids, because I know Jigo. For Little League, we don't have a Jigo team.
Yeah.
Only because we don't have coaches.
And that's the thing. Now you do, because your softball players that are playing right now, they're all going to be coaches, and that's what you do. You let them have fun, but let them sign a commitment that they're going to be coaches as well.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it's interesting because one of the one of the players did bring it up about, can we bring back the Little League?
Well, say that yes, we
don't
can,
have
but you're
any
going to be a
coaches
coach.
Unless you have people who want to coach,
Yes.
then by all means,
Yes.
it's a start.
Yes.
It's a start, but, yes, definitely that's something that I like to bring back, because, speaking to a parent, he's from Jigo, but he goes telefocal because
there's no team.
Coach. Yeah.
So that's the thing. One gentleman said, my nephew just lost his father, and he's only 12 years old, and his father and I played, and I said to him, well, you know what? Why don't you become the coach and you'll be the mentor since you played? You admitted that you used to play and you want your nephew to have something to do, right?
Yeah.
So I said, we can't have it without coaches. So since you know the skills, you're going to be the coach, right? And he looked at me like, man, I don't have time to do that. And I said, well, if you don't have time, then who's going to have time to mentor these kids, right? Yeah. So, Mayor, it was great talking to you. I want to call you back when I come back on the show again. But, have a great holiday. You've done so much in your 11 months, and I know that you have a lot more planned. Just continue the momentum, and, you'll be there for a long time, right?
Thank you for that. And, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do what I can, and of course I'm putting all my efforts in it, and again, it's basically the residents who, just have the patience and the understanding and, especially for those who are very responsive in wanting to help out and, just being out there.
Right.
I really appreciate that.
Yes.
And, of course, everything that we do, we do for the community.
Yes,
we do. And to you and your family and to everyone out there, happy holidays. Okay. And, let's be safe and, just keep in mind that, it's a hustle and bustle out there, but, we have to also keep safety in mind.
Keep safe and have peace, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lizama. I really appreciate you taking time to talk to us, and have a blessed holiday. Okay?
Likewise to you and all the listeners.
Okay, God bless.
God bless.
Adios.
Adios.
Okay, so we're at the top of the hour, and we'll go to our top of the hour break, right, Teo?
Yes.
Good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
6.3% higher than last year. Stockton, California police say they arrested 5 people on gun and gang-related charges after responding to that report of multiple armed people hours after a deadly mass shooting that left 4 people dead at a children's birthday party. At this time, the police say they're not connected to the shooting. More from CBS Sacramento's Madison Keevy.
Gunfire erupted during a family party Saturday night in Stockton, California.
Everybody okay?
Police say up to 150 people were inside celebrating when the shots began.
Stockton PD are requesting our assistance at the county hospital. They had a shooting at a child's birthday party.
15 people were taken to the hospital. 3 children were among the 4 people killed.
Defense attorneys for Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, are asking a New York state judge to suppress some of the evidence. CBS's Anna Schechter explains.
Mangione's lawyers have said in court filings that police only read him his Miranda rights about 20 minutes after they started questioning him. And so any answers, anything he might have said before he was Mirandized should not be admissible in court.
U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is expected to travel to Moscow for talks on ending the war with Ukraine Monday. CBS's Torrin Small is following negotiations.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said things are not quite there yet. He met this weekend with Ukrainian negotiators in Florida ahead of Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's trip to Russia to continue these peace talks. The sticking point, though, seems to be the plan laid out by the U.S. Had a lot of concessions for Ukraine and not too many, if any, for Russia.
The Supreme Court's Monday oral arguments will take up whether an internet service provider can be held liable for copyright infringement if it knows its customers are downloading, pirating unauthorized copies of copyrighted materials like their songs. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls. Whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Christopher Cruz has the story of some senior ladies starring on the runway.
Put aside the bingo cards, card games, and crafts. At the Seniors on the Runway program in Atlanta, it's all about the walk.
Seniors on the runway! Turn down for what? Turn down for what? Nah, we're about it. We're about it.
Carrie Hamilton isn't just the instructor. She started the program in 2006 to help seniors gain confidence, engage in movement, and feel joy.
I want them to come and see that in their golden years, they don't have to rock chairs. They can rock runways.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Texas A&M is out of the top 5 in the Associated Press college football poll. The Aggies slipped from number 3 to 7 with their loss at Texas. Ohio State and Indiana remain the top 2 teams, with Georgia and Oregon each up a spot. Texas Tech is next, with Mississippi, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, and Alabama rounding out the top 10. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls. Whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
KGUM FM, Dedido. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
For today, you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM for your Real Deal Traffic Report. This Real Deal Traffic Report is sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Mobile Oil Guam, go farther on every journey with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel. Keeps your engines 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Also sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478-AUTO or view our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot 478.auto. And Pat's Tinting and Detailing. Today's show is being brought to you by Pat's Tinting and Detailing for all your tinting and detailing needs. Call 671-647-SLAMS-7526. It's like shade under a mango tree. Let's check what y'all got for y'all today. So, we got up in Dedido on Route 1. Right across Perisco. It looks pretty backed up, turning into Machechi Avenue. Let's see what else we got here. Right now, this 4 o'clock hour. Nothing too much happening. Up in Tumon on Route 16. Actually, no, this is right in front of the mall. It's pretty backed up on Route 16. Also coming back up from Wendy's. Looks like it's pretty backed up there as well. In Hagåtña, Route 1. Right in front of Moses. Backed up. Not sure if there's some work going down there. And that's all. That'll conclude your Real Deal Traffic report for 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Half a day and good afternoon. Again, this is The Wave. You're listening to The Wave 105.1. I am Melissa Savares filling in for Paulty Suba this afternoon. And I have Tio on the other side of the glass that's helping me today. It's his 5th day here.
Yes.
And I'm so excited because he's doing so well running the board here. And so... we talked about different things going on, kind of talked to a new mayor. Yes. And so before the Mayor Francis came on, I was actually doing an announcement for GURA that just came out this afternoon for applicants that are interested. So these are Manamco senior citizen applicants who can apply. They must be 62 or older. That can apply for housing by going online, and these applications are only accepted online on the GURA website. And today, December 1st, is the first day of the application process online. They can go to www.gura, that's GHURA.org, O-R-G. And put their name, check on, when they get to the website, check on online housing applications, and then check on the open wait list. Click on that because that's a project-based voucher. And the pre-applications instructions will come up on the page. And they just have to read the instructions and begin to fill out that application. And then look it over before you click submit. There will be a confirmation number that will appear with your confirmation number that you submitted that application online. And if you do not have a computer or a iPhone or Wi-Fi to apply for this program, you can apply at the Lada Dedido near Weddingale Elementary School, the Lada Garden near Weddingale Elementary School, Lada and Lada Mart, or at the Gura office in Sinahanya. These facilities will assist you with submitting your application online. So you can fill out that application. You must be 62 or older, and only one application per family or per household. Okay? And so that's this application process for the elderly for 62 or older is only open from December 1st today to December 31st at 5 p.m. You must have an income limit of, if it's only one person, for one person, the income limit must not exceed $33,950 per household. And for the second, if you have two people in the household, your income limit cannot exceed $38,800. $38,800. So these applications, it's a pre-application process, only online. Okay, submitted online only. Okay, so that's an announcement that just came out from Gura today. And I have on the line Mayor Peter Beneventi from Dedido. Welcome, Mayor. How are you today?
Half a day, Mayor.
Half a day.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. So, you know, good, Mayor Beneventi, good. The hour before, I spoke to Mayor Francis up at GIGO, and yes, she's been in for 11 months, and so have you. So I just want to see, how's it going? How has your almost 1 year of mayorship been treating you?
Well, you know, it's been a roller coaster. You know, an exciting roller coaster, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of things, you know, that came through in our first year, right? And you know, I was telling our staff, you know, we're going to use this year to gauge on exactly what we need to capitalize on for the next coming years, because you know we're here for the next 3 years and
right. I said 3 more years to go. Right.
Yes, you know it's a challenge, but you know I'm up for the challenge. I like the challenge, and you know I leave the rest to the Lord's hands. You know, and guide us in exactly what we need to do to serve our constituents in our village of Dedido.
That's great. And so, you know, you're preparing Dedido Fiesta. We're celebrating Santa Barbara next week. Mm-hmm. And I know that part of your efforts here in the village is actually you're having a Fiesta basketball tournament.
Oh,
and
yes.
So,
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, yes, you know, it's been an exciting one. You know, this first weekend of the inaugural Santa Barbara basketball tournament, it was a success. You know, I want to thank the organizers. You know, they're both Dedido residents. Yes. You know, from our recreational leader staff and our maintenance staff, and you know, the vice mayor and I. We want to thank them very much for organizing this tournament. You know, Coach Shania. You know, she's been with the village for the longest time. You know, with the Dedido Yellow Jackets,
Coach
as well
Shania
as
from
the Northern
Jackets,
Youth Basketball League. You know, and then Coach Christian Acosta. Right. They organized this league. You know, they approached us with our recreational leaders several months ago regarding holding a tournament. I said, of course, you know, I'm up for it. You know, let's do it. You know, it's the first tournament we've had since the construction of the gym that we have at Santa Barbara. And, you know, we had well over a little bit over 30-some teams, you know, from different villages, you know, throughout the whole island. You know, from Malesso all the way up to, you know, some residents up at Sinahanya and whatnot. You know, so I want to thank all the participants who are participating in this tournament. And we still got one more weekend to go. And, you know, that's coming this weekend together with the Santa Barbara Fiesta weekend.
Great. And, you know, so I know that there's many of them that have been out there, but you have teams as far as Malesso for the youth team, right? So you have about 34 teams, and the kids, the families, I was amazed that the families are coming out. I saw over the week on Saturday, you even had great grandparents, ninus and ninas that were out there cheering on their favorite teams, right? Their kids.
Yes.
So that was a great thing. So you even have teams from, did you say Mount Carmel?
Yes,
Agate?
Mount Carmel had actually 3 teams that they put together, and it was like a co-ed team, but everybody challenges each other as far as the different age brackets are concerned, and the kids were excited, and the parents were excited, and nothing more great than seeing especially the grandparents come out and see that smile on their face, right? Seeing their grandkids play the sport of basketball.
Right. Yeah, so that's exciting. I was watching, and then I went out for about an hour yesterday as well. And the people just come and go, and they change, when one group is done, the other group is coming in and the kids are excited. And then what's exciting is that after the kids play, you have the adult teams play too. So
yes,
that was awesome. I saw our Manamkus that play in the mornings playing with a team from Anderson Air Force Base.
That was a challenge, but it's all for the fun and the recreation of the game, right?
Yeah.
And for them to come out and enjoy the sport that they have passion for. So, yeah, in the men's league, we have about, I believe, 8 to 10 teams, if I'm not mistaken. And,
Great.
Everybody gets a chance to play. You're guaranteed to play at least 3 games, right?
Uh-huh.
And, you move on to the playoffs depending on your record, right? But so, at the end of the day, it's all for the recreation and the love for the sport of basketball.
Yeah, that was great. And to see even the people who use the court on a daily basis, on a nightly basis, the young guys forming their teams, that was awesome, because then now they're not just scrimmaging and practicing; they were actually playing an actual team that was not even from the village, right?
Yes. So I was joking with the guys, right, with the gentlemen, with the boys that play here on a regular basis. I told them, I said, okay, guys, this is your home court. You got to hold it down. If you guys lose, we're going to shut down the court at 6 p.m. So make sure you hold up to your own end as far as home court advantage is concerned. But like I said, it's it's fun, and the individuals participating in the basketball tournament, especially with the men's league, a lot of pride and ownership there, and that's what it's about, right? Taking pride and ownership of what has been available to you when it comes to facilities, right? These facilities, especially here at the Lenso Park with the Santa Barbara gym, that was Mary, you put you helped initiated this project over here, and I just kind of had the icing on the cake a little bit, but to see this facility back here, come to fruition, right? It's not just for basketball. We have mentioned in the past that it's a multi-purpose court that we welcome everybody throughout the community to come and use the court depending on the availability. But yes, it is a multi-purpose court, and like I said to the boys, I said make sure you hold it down, because we will shut down the court at 6 p.m. if you guys don't hold it down. But it's all fun and game. I mean, it's all for the fun of it, right? And like I said, the passion that these guys have for the sport of basketball.
Yeah, and so maybe after basketball you can do a volleyball thing similar to that, or even in futsal. You have those indoor games, and maybe even line the court for pickleball, right?
Yes,
because that's a sport that's
that.
Also coming up. Yeah.
Yes.
And those are great things that continue to happen, and so I see that for the holidays, you guys are looking for a 3-on-3.
Oh yes, definitely. That tournament is going to be coming up in I believe on December 20th, and this is in conjunction with the Ukudu girls basketball team, right? That's going to be up at the Estumbo gym. This is going to be held on December 20 and 22nd, right? It's entry fee is $40 per team, and it's the proceeds is for the Ukudu girls basketball team, my understanding. And the divisions, we got the middle school girls division, the middle school boys division, and the high school girls and boys division for this particular tournament that's going to be on December 20 and 22nd, 22 through the 22nd.
Wow, that's great. So then at least the kids who play basketball have something to look forward to for the holiday, right?
Yes, definitely. And then, we also got the, right around the corner, coming into the new year, we have the Little League baseball teams and the Cal Ripken baseball teams that are going to be preparing for the upcoming season. So,
yes.
It's going to be, we engage with the coaches that are out there, right, for these certain sports, right, to keep the kids going, right? And, a lot of these coaches, they take on the role of being mentors and coaches to these to these kids, right? To keep them off the streets and keep them busy, right, for the most part, and get them away from all that technology and let's go. We're going to go practice baseball. We're going to practice basketball. And we also have, I just was in communication with the folks at GFA regarding a elementary futsal
elementary
league that should be coming up. We're looking at hopefully by the end of February going into March. I just got out of a meeting with, like I said, the folks at the GFA regarding the futsal league for the elementary division, because a lot of the kids, right, if you notice that during the soccer seasons or whatnot, there's a lot of the younger kids, right, from like the U7, U11, U12, and so on and so forth. And, a lot of them make up that age division within the elementary category. So, when GFA had approached us about, trying to initiate and start a futsal league for the elementaries, I was like, man, we're always up for it, for anything for the kids, right?
Right.
We're always open up for options and willing to support to the best of our abilities.
Great. So is that going to be over at the Stumbo gym, or is it going to be the outdoor court?
Well, we're looking at, so as far as the Stumbo gym is concerned, and,
that's a shared facility.
Yeah, it's a shared facility because, of course, that is the Stumbo Middle School home gym and whatnot. And, unfortunately, with the double sessions that we have with certain schools within the northern part of the island, some schools that are in double sessions, they have reached out to us, if there's availability to use the gym. And, granted that we accommodate, of course, the home gym, the home school first, which is a Stumbo Middle School, then, there's opportunity for the other schools to come in and put in some practice time or put in the game time or whatnot. Of course, we're going to open it up to them as much as we can.
That's great. That's really a great thing. That's great news. And so, I'm glad that you're very supportive with our recreation, right? And our youth. And that's something we always had to have the facility, right? In order to do these things. And of course, I was just talking to Mayor Frances Lizama, and she too, knows that baseball is coming up, and they're kind of like at the tail end of their softball tournament. And I said, well, there you go. You have coaches who are actually players at softball and can coach your Little League and your Babe Ruth teams, right? So are you doing a call out for your coaches as well for Little League for baseball?
Yeah, well, actually, we do have the Dedado Hurricanes, right?
Yes, right.
We sponsored them in the past and whatnot, and we've helped them. And Mr. Coach Joel Rosario and Dedado Hurricanes organization, they've done a great job in getting kids ready for baseball season, whether it be the Little League or the Cal Ripken. So we support them, and then any way we can improve their association or organization, whatnot, as far as the team is concerned. The Dedado Mayor's office, is always open to suggestions or whatnot to improve the organization.
Great. That's great. So, there's so much activities for the children and then the adults too, because they're playing in these different sports.
Yes.
Eventually they can come out and make a difference, right?
Yes.
By giving of their time to be coaches.
Yes. With the basketball league that the basketball tournament we had, right? I was getting some calls and side messages from the masters and the seniors. They're like, Mayor, are you guys going to do a masters or a seniors league? I said, definitely, that's part of the plan. But we wanted to start with this Fiesta basketball tournament with the kids, right? Most especially, right? And I said, you know what? I was telling the masters and the seniors, don't worry, your time will come, and this is just the beginning of what we have to offer as far as opening up for leagues and tournaments up here in the village of Dededo. The time permits, we will be there to support any kind of league or organization that comes through.
Yeah, so maybe during baseball season, because baseball is not using, baseball season, the kids are over at the fields, then you can have basketball for the masters in the gym as well, right? The outdoor gym.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, Astumbo Gym is just inundated with, of course, Astumbo Middle, FB Middle, Ukudu High School.
Yes.
Right,
Ukudu.
using the gym because, of course, FB and FB and Simon Sanchez. Simon Sanchez is actually using their gym, right, in Jigo, the Jigo gym.
I believe they are using the Jigo gym for their practices or whatnot.
Is it their home court as well?
I believe so, up at the Jigo gym.
Well, that's great. So, at least these gymnasiums are put in places where even the school term games can also be held there in those places. So that's a great thing. Mayor, I really appreciate. What are you looking forward to? Are you having a big fiesta event? Other than, of course, you have your championships next week for the basketball, right?
That's coming this weekend. Actually, the championship games are set
part
for
of the fiesta
December.
Activities, right?
Yes, part of the fiesta activities leading into Santa Maria and Kaplan on Monday, December 8th, right? So, yes, we do have the fiesta mass and whatnot this coming weekend on Saturday, as well as the procession. So, we normally help out the parish with the escort of the procession, and then use the facility here up in the front to provide, distribute whatever food that comes across.
Yeah, well, so that's great. I saw the activities over the weekend, and I was very pleased because I saw all the families coming out. And what do you have planned for the holidays, Mayor?
Well, the mayor right now. Well, we have our guys, setting up our Christmas decoration and lights up at the old fire station up in the front, and then we have some planning a festivity, right, for any kind of thing is you know it too, Mayor, that it takes a lot to plan, right?
Yes,
so
it does.
I told the staff, I said, okay, let's just do what we normally do and with a little twist, right? So this coming weekend, of course, is just we're going to be lighting up our lights and then helping out with the parish as far as the Fiesta Mass is concerned, and the procession around the Glacier Circle.
Well, that's wonderful news. I really, and I congratulate you. I'm so happy that with all the activities that you've been out there, really engaging in. And I sat actually yesterday at the basketball court with your vice mayor, who was watching the games as well. And so, it's nice to see that, everybody's working together, and your staff are great. They're really making time even after they're not just working. The mayor's office staff don't just work 8 hours a day, right?
Oh,
and 5 days a
Mayor,
week.
you've been down this road, and we're 24/7.
They're 10 to 12
right?
hours a day, 7 days a week. So we want to congratulate you for your 11 months of great work. I know you can't complete everything at one time or even in 1 year. Because of your restrictions and your limitations with funding. But Mayor, keep up the good work. Have peace with everybody, and be there to support. Let us know. Let the community know. There's a lot of volunteers up there that would love to volunteer when the need arises, when you need help. So
definitely.
Please let us know how we can help and spread the joy and the word out for you.
Yes, I want to say thank you to all the volunteers who come through our offices, through the years, and many more to come and whatnot, right? It's because, it takes the people to run a community, Mayor, and you've been down that road, like I said, and, thank God for the volunteers, because just the staff that we have as far as the maintenance and, likewise of our administrative staff and whatnot, it's a task, right? It's a task that's a big challenge for us, especially here in the biggest village of Dededo. As far as population is concerned, there's a lot. This job is just not about picking up canopies and cutting grass, right? It's about engaging with the residents, right, on a one-to-one basis and getting down.
Yeah.
Yes, really big. So I thank the volunteers and anybody else who wants to pitch in and help us out here in the community of Dededo.
Yes, and so, congratulations to your entire team for the great work that you've done over the years. And we're looking for more things to do in for the next 3 years. So, I know that you work very hard and you have a great team behind you as well as your family. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Mayor, for taking, time to talk to us. And congratulations on your Fiesta League. Your Fiesta tournaments. I look forward to the next few days for the games. I know your adult teams play, tonight through Thursday, and then Friday your kids come back out.
So and then into Saturday and Sunday. And then playoffs and then championships on Monday.
Oh, okay. Championship is on Monday.
Yes.
So, and then good luck on your Christmas events as well and your Fiesta next weekend. So
all right.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay,
all
adios.
Right.
Okay.
Adios.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so we're at the bottom of the hour. Well, mid-part, and then we'll go ahead and take a break right now, right? Thank you, Tio.
Thank you.
Okay.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Half a day at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Seasons Winnings Holiday Giveaway. 4 lucky winners will win a Coca-Cola Premium Prize Pack at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola outdoor canopy, a barbecue grill, an Adirondack chair, and a stainless cooler. Purchase any large Whopper combo meal and receive an official validation slip to enter on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on December 31st, 2025, and the drawing will be held on January 7th, 2026. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule. Attention high school students, it's time to bust a move and bring the heat with the Power 98 Step Up Challenge. Show off your best dance moves, rep your school, and get ready to shine on the longest running video competition on the island. This year, the competition expands from senior classes to all clubs in every high school on Guam. Submit your video, get featured, and let the island see what you've got. Are you ready to step up and dance your way to the spotlight and big money prizes for your class or club? If you're down and want more information, email me at hbs@glimpsesofguam.com. The Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by Kanya Shopping Center, Bank of Guam, and sponsored by Domino's Pizza.
This holiday season, Chili's is making celebrations easier and tastier. Every platter you order comes with a free chips and salsa appetizer. Whether you're hosting a party or just craving bold flavors, Chili's has got you covered. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Local headlines with Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and Guam Business. This news segment is sponsored by McDonald's, introducing the Chips Ahoy Frap. McDonald's Mocha Base, a hint of coffee, cookie, flavored syrup, whipped cream, and real cookie pieces. For a limited time, get yours now.
Buenas and Hafa. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Guam can expect a major uptick in activity at Apra Harbor this week as 2 U.S. aircraft carriers make back-to-back visits to the island. The USS George Washington is scheduled to pull into port on December 1st. A second aircraft carrier is expected to depart the island on December 10th. Naval Base Guam and its on-base outlets have already begun extending hours and preparing for a Liberty call that could bring a significant boost to local businesses. The last time the George Washington visited Guam was back in August, and according to Navy sources, it had just come from patrolling the South China Sea. In more news, Guam and the Philippines played their first matchup in round 1 of the FIBA Basketball World Cup Asia qualifiers on Friday at the University of Guam Calvo Fieldhouse. According to FIBA, more than 2,300 spectators attended the inaugural game. Guam opened strong with an early lead in the first quarter, but the Philippines took control and maintained it for the rest of the game, defeating Guam 87-46. Guam's Jericho Cruz and Ty Wesley led the team in scoring with 17 and 12 points respectively. Team Philippines also set a new rebounding record, pulling down 61 boards, the most ever in a single Asian qualifier game. The previous record was held by Lebanon, which was set in 2021 and again in 2022 during matches against Indonesia and Syria. Guam will face the Philippines again today in Quezon City, marking its final game for the qualifiers until February of next year. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Half a day, you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM for your real deal traffic report. This real deal traffic report is sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view our inventory on our website at guamautospa.com. Guam Auto Spot 478 Auto. Also sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Mobile Oil Guam, go farther on every journey with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. Keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Pat's Tinting and Detailing. Pat's Tinting and Detailing for all your tinting and detailing needs. Call 671-647-7526. Pat's Tinting and Detailing. Let's check what we got for y'all at 4:30. In Aganya, in front of Moses joint. Not sure if they're doing some road work there. Going down in front of that Cautious, past the gas stations, Mobile downhill. Going to Aganya Shopping Center, also backed up as well. That turn in Talampagu, Route 4 going to Manilao, all backed up as well there. Let's see what else we got here. To Muning, of course, as expected in front of Donkey, Route 10A, coming down from the airport. Of course, ITC intersection, and we got Route 14 turning into Guam Memorial Hospital, also backed up as well. And let's see what else. And I think that's all we got, and that concludes your Rudo traffic report.
Half a day and good afternoon. You're listening to the Wave 105.1. I am Melissa Savares covering for Paulty Suba on the Brightside. And with my producer, Tio, who's on the other side of the glass. So if you have any questions, anything that you want to share about your Thanksgiving or upcoming holiday events, you can call us at 671-922. 1051 or 1052. And so we want to welcome, you to the show. We just spoke to two mayors this afternoon, Mayor Francis Lizama, who is in Jigo, and Mayor Peter Benavente at this hour from Dedido. And both have different activities going on. Mayor Lizama from Jigo is wrapping up with their softball league that they have with their adult leagues, and they're actually preparing to recruit coaches from that league to be Little League and Babe Ruth coaches for the upcoming season in January. And then with Mayor Peter Beneventi from Dedido, they are actually having a basketball tournament for the Fiesta basketball tournament. Their Fiesta is this Saturday and Sunday, and they have 34 youth teams coming from all over the island who are participating in this tournament, and they have 8 to 10 adult teams that are participating. So it's a combination of both youth and adults. And so that's exciting because we're actually taking the kids out of the homes and participating in outdoor activities in both areas of the village. So, we just want to emphasize that, these new mayors have, come a long way. They've been in for 11 months and they have different activities, but they share the same concerns because limited resources. But now they have facilities in Dedido in particular. We've had renovations to outdoor facilities that now have covers, so they've become an outdoor gym facility. So rain or shine, the families, the adults and children are allowed to play even during the inclement weather, and which is exciting because you don't have to stop a game because of the rain. And if it's sunshine, you still get the great breeze, but the kids are still, or the players are still out there covered with the roof in the elements. And so these outdoor activities are really a great way to interact both the young and the old. And we, like I said, this youth program, tournament that they have in Dedido ongoing at this time. They have 34 teams that come from all over the island. They have players, a team from Malesu, 3 teams from Mount Carmel and Hagat, and many teams from Barragata, Sinahanya, and Jigo, as well as many teams from Dedido. And see, these are children that are players that play together in different outdoor leagues, but also in their school leagues, school games. So it's the interaction and the training, the skills of the sports that is important, that the kids are learning, and then they're implementing it during game time, and they're excelling in that way. And so we talk about, are there enough coaches out there? Of course there's enough coaches, because we have a lot of people in our community that play the different sports. And as an adult, you can come in during non-season for adults and coach and mentor the younger generation, the younger kids that can be professional players in the future. We have many soccer professionals also that are playing in the Matau teams who represent Guam, that started off in small soccer clubs here. Right now we have the Philippine basketball players that are competing with our Guam players, and those players also become coaches for our young players on Guam, teaching them skills. Other sports that are very, evident here on Guam, we have football, youth football, but we also have adult football. So we have volleyball also, pickleball, and mayor tennis. Tennis is we have the great tennis courts here at the Guam Sports Complex, where many tennis players come to play daily with they practice in Tumuning tennis courts. They practice at the school courts. Some hotels have opened their courts up as well to the outside tennis leagues. So, outdoor sports is great. Paddling is another outdoor sport that many youths and adults partake in. So, there's different, we have water sports, surfing. Last Sunday, I witnessed a surfing community that actually paid tribute to one of their members. So how they come up together and really just bond like family, during these times when we celebrate the holidays is very instrumental in just the way our culture is. We stick together, as a team, as a family, and we make sure that everybody is safe while doing these different activities. And with that, we talk about the school activities as well. Many of the schools are preparing their Christmas pageants and their programs, and they will be opening up to have their families and neighbors and friends come and watch them in the different activities that they'll be having as well. The government of Guam, I know that the governor's office is planning a Christmas parade. Those details will be announced soon as at Skinner Plaza and around the Chamorro village area. So, we invite everybody to come out and share and just partake in the different activities that are happening. When visitors say, well, we're looking at things to do on Guam. And really, there's a lot of things to do on Guam. You just got to want to come out and do it, right? GVB does a great job with promoting the night market, the Sunday night market, where the vendors come out and they set up their booths along in the middle of San Vitores Road and between the plaza and the DFS, and they come out and the people come out. They come out for food. They come out to see what crafts there are there. They also come out and just see what the vendors have to offer. And the great thing is that these vendors are people who live here in our communities. So buy local, support local, and this is the best time to do it. Is you look for a very unique gift, then you can find it at any of these festivals or fiesta outlets or at the bazaars and these things that are selling items that are made locally here. As a matter of fact, another thing that we have visitors that come, and actually we're looking for local things that our children can do during the Christmas break. And I see advertisements on the Jungle River Cruise, how during this Thanksgiving weekend, in November, they actually had weaving events where they were weaving wreaths like for decoration in your homes, and so that with the palm leaves, with the coconut leaves. And so I thought that was very interesting, and we have some visitors coming in for the holidays to Guam from the mainland, the U.S., the States, California. And we were thinking, okay, this is a list that they want to do. They want to go to the Inalahan Pool. They want to see the Spanish Bridge. They want to go surfing at Agana Boat Basin. So they have a list of things that they want to do, and I hope that they're going to be here for 2 weeks. I hope they have time in all that 2 weeks. Watch the sunset from the mountains in Hagat, the Hagat-Umatic Road, Humatak Road. You go up the mountain and watch the sunset. And that's something that a lot of our visitors, when they come, want to do, is watch the sunset in the south. And you can actually watch the sunset from Two Lovers Point as well. So no matter where you're at in the island, if you're on the east side, I think you can watch a beautiful sunset on Guam. But there's so many things to do here on Guam that, you're never going to be bored. And places to go to take part in holiday celebrations. And every night of the week, there's a night market somewhere or a food truck event. I don't know where Mondays, but Tuesday nights they have food trucks up at the Dedido area Old Flea Market. And then in the south, they have Tuesday nights at the Hagat Besita, Sagan Besita, next to the mayor's office. So they have different events. They have entertainment. They have food. They have produce being sold at the night markets. Then on Wednesday nights, of course, we have our Chamorro Village and Skinner Plaza area, which will be decorated, as well as a Plaza de España, from what I understand, will also be enhanced with Christmas decorations, which is always Christmas displays, which is always a beautiful time for families to come out and take pictures during these times and create memories. I always say we create memories because we're together and very inexpensive. You don't have to spend a lot of money to come out to these places. Of course, if you buy food and you want products that are being sold, then just have enough to help you with that. I was reading an article yesterday where some shoppers said, I don't have the money to do it, but I'm using my credit card. And then after the holidays, I'll pay my credit cards down, right? So, just budget, make sure you're budgeting yourself, take care of your priorities, your financial priorities, and then make use or take advantage of all the different activities that are going on out there. And that's why Guam, is such a great place to be, because we're very diverse, but very also culturally talented and engaged. And come out and listen to the music that plays, and listen to we're getting closer to where you'll hear carolers every place you go to. So those are the great things about being here. You can walk around by yourself, you can go with your families, and go with friends. So those are great things to do as we kick off the holiday season here on Guam. And Johnny Sablan and actually, who is it? The Jimmy D had a song, the Christmas on the Islands, and I loved listening to the Chamorro music, the local musicians who have paved the way for many young people, many young musicians to also express themselves through song and talent and dance. So these are things that I look forward to during the holiday season. So with that, I think we're near the top of the hour, and so what traditions do you have? Any Christmas traditions, Tio, that you do with your families that you're looking forward to this holiday season?
Not really, just getting together.
Yeah. And so it's nice that, we can, as busy as we are, some are in school, some are here for the holidays, some are most are working, right? But it's always it's a great time to take a break and regather your thoughts, right? And regenerate yourselves. I mean, you just think about what you've done and what you want to do for the new year. Do you make New Year's resolutions?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do?
For sure, sometimes. But, I mean...
Do you ever keep them for the rest of the year, or...?
Honestly, no.
No?
I'll be honest.
So my resolution is not to make resolutions.
Yeah, honestly, just live, right?
Yeah. Let the day come and we'll figure out what to do, right?
Yeah, I think, or maybe I'll follow through this year.
Yeah.
Change my life.
Yeah. So, those are things I said, people make resolutions, if they smoke, they're going to quit smoking. If they drink, they're going to quit. If they want to be healthier, they diet and do all that. And I said, well, whatever happens, you can make your resolution and I'll watch, and I'll just do my day-to-day living, right? And of course, just be happy, right? And thank God every day that we wake up, right?
Yes, thank God every day.
Every day, right? Be thankful that we're able to get up, because not everybody can get out of bed in the morning and walk to the bathroom, or we have to be thankful for what we're given for the day.
Yes.
Right?
Always.
So that's my resolution. So, I look forward to having different types, seeing different people, different types of services that we can provide. I'm retired, but I like to still provide help. I have a senior citizen that I actually drive occasionally to go visit her late husband at the cemetery. And so she's back from visiting with her family, and I'll continue that service, But it's finding a neighbor that we can help every day, right? Because maybe one day we'll need somebody's help, right?
Yeah.
And
sure.
And it's always about being thankful too, right?
Yes, always.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and we'll go ahead and get ready to go to the news, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano, and in Chicago, a car pushing through snow and slush as a powerful snowstorm swept over the Midwest and Great Lakes regions. Correspondent Dave Malkoff checked out delays and cancellations at Chicago's main airport.
More than 8 inches at O'Hare Airport. That's where we met Vanessa Robichaux and Ed Whitneighbor.
I've never seen this much snow because we're from Mississippi. So this is our first time seeing this much snow. So that was awesome, but I didn't realize it would cause so many delays.
They got to the airport at 3 a.m. for a 5 a.m. flight.
We were supposed to land at 9:30 this morning at home.
And it's
already
2 p.m. Central Time.
U.S. consumers spent over $18 billion in stores and online for Black Friday deals. CBS News New York's Alice Gaynor reports it took juggling for some.
The National Retail Federation says about 60% of people consider the holidays an essential part of their budget.
People are able to spend right now, but are also starting to make cutbacks in ways that make sense for them.
We're just trying to think about the value that we get for our money.
Despite the price pressures consumers are juggling, the White House is putting this weekend in the win column.
Investigators in Stockton, California are trying to determine if 5 people arrested on gun and gang charges have anything to do with the shooting that left 4 young people dead and 11 people wounded at a birthday party. CBS News Sacramento reporter Madison Keevy.
3 children were among the 4 people killed. Ages for those deceased victims is 8, 9, 14, and 21 years old. Authorities believe this was a targeted incident, although police released no information on the suspect or suspects.
A U.S. official tells CBS News that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will travel to Moscow Monday to discuss the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, CBS News correspondent Holly Williams reports talks have not slowed the violence.
Russia's attacks over the weekend again sent people in Kyiv heading underground for shelter, many spending the night at stations in the city's subway system. We've seen that since the very beginning of the war, which is now close to 4 years old.
Pope Leo wrapped up his visit to Turkey Sunday.
There was, of course, a special theme of, if you will, being a messenger of peace, of wanting to promote peace throughout the region.
Leo's now in Lebanon. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has asked Israel's president for a pardon during his ongoing corruption trial. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Cyber Monday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Cyber Monday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
A look now at how people are coping with the cost of holiday gift buying.
You really want a lot of presents under the tree, but this year's been tough. According to a new survey by Money Lion, a whopping 84% of shoppers say they're using credit cards to pay for all those gifts. They found 30% plan to use one of those buy now, pay later platforms. 14% say they'll take out a personal loan, and 25% are getting a side job to help ensure the holidays are bright for those on their list. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The price of imported plastic Christmas trees is up, and that may be good news for Christmas tree farmers. The majority of the plastic ones are made in Asia and subject to President Trump's tariffs. Chris Butler, CEO of the National Tree Company, which sells artificial trees, says his company has had to pass along 20 to 30% higher costs of tariff to consumers. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
KGUM-FM, Dedido. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
You're tuning to Wave 105.1 FM for your Real Deal Traffic Report. This Real Deal Traffic Report is sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view our inventory on our website at guamautоспot.com. Guam Auto Spot 478 Auto. Also sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Mobile Oil Guam, go farther on every journey with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel. Keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Cat Tinting and Detailing. Cat Tinting and Detailing for all your tinting and detailing needs. Call 671-647-7526 for Cat Tinting and Detailing. Let's see what we got for you guys at our 5 o'clock hour. As expected. I'm sorry, not as expected, but Daddy Doe in front of Frisco on Route 1. Turning into Machechi is busy. Backed up as well. Also in front of the Guam Farmers Market. On Route 1 on West Marine Drive in front of the Daddy Doe Fire Station. Looks pretty backed up as well. Near the mall as well. Route 16 going down to that Tumon area. Let's see what else. In front of Donkey as well, always at this time on Route 10A. Going down all the way through to Muning. Going down to the IDC intersection as expected again. And also the turn at Route 1 going to Route 30 into GMH. And in front of Happy Mart, I'm not sure if there's some road work being done there. Down in Manilao, Route 10. And that concludes your Real Deal Traffic Report.
Hafide and welcome back to the Wave 105.1. This is Melissa Savares filling in for Paulty Suba on the Brightside today. And if you have any questions, concerns, something that you want to share with us about your activities, you can call us on 671-922-1051 or 1052. And so, we were talking earlier to Mayor Francis Lizama, who has several activities going on up at Gigo, as well as Mayor Peter Benavente. And so one of the things is, we just celebrated Thanksgiving. It's the kickoff of the holiday season here on Guam. And so, we were looking at what do we do here on Guam for the festivities and how do we celebrate? And I kind of Googled how does Guam celebrate Christmas, and this is the most popular holiday tradition in the Chamorro culture is our Christmas fiestas, and it's a day again where families and friends get together and eat together and sing and dance. And guess what dance, Tio, that they like to do?
For Christmas?
Everything. It's Chamorros. What's their favorite dance?
Oh, the cha-cha.
Right on. That's it. And if you go to schools during their Christmas programs, the kids are doing cha-cha too. So it's the young all the way to the Manamkus that love to come together and celebrate. And during their celebration, they do the cha-cha, which is known as a popular Chamorro dance. And but what other dances that they like when they get together, that actually families like to do when they get together?
No.
It's a line dance.
Like the wobble or something?
That one and the electric slide.
Electric slide,
yeah,
oh my God.
Yeah.
I've never done the wobble at a party, actually.
Yeah, well, the wobble. And then there's that other one that they do nowadays, the slide, right? What is it? The cha-cha slide, I think is what it's called.
have no
to the
idea.
left, to the left.
Oh,
kick
yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah. Okay.
I don't do that, but
Why not?
Yeah, well, I sometimes I have knee problems, so
Oh, me too. I got knee problems,
I
too.
should say that I should be doing it, so maybe it'll help with the knee problems, right? But yeah, those are popular stuff to do, and when there's music, have you been at the Chamorro Village on a Wednesday night?
Oh, yeah, many times.
Okay, so in the main pavilion, there's a band playing, and all the people that are in the main pavilion, some people are really diehard.
Oh,
They come as
yeah,
early
they
as
are.
3 o'clock with their food.
The Manumkus.
The Manumkus, right? And they already have their tables reserved, right?
And they're dressed up in their
Yeah.
slacks and or the men at least.
Yeah, and then they're going to dance. So once that band starts, everybody and like I said, some are really gung ho about it, right? Going to Chamorro Village, and they're there as early as 3:30 sometimes, and they sit at their table because they're reserving their table for their dance partners, right?
Yeah.
And once that band starts, oh boy, get out of the way, right?
Yeah, that floor's gonna be busy.
But it's great because that's a form of exercise, right?
Oh, and it's beautiful too.
Yeah.
It's like culture. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, and then you see the different age groups that are up there, dancing, and so that's always a good thing. And the same thing with fiestas. You go to a party, and you see people out there. Once the music starts, whether it be a DJ or a band, everybody's out there. And sometimes if nobody's dancing, what they'll change the music. Instead of cha-cha, they'll put the electric slide, and then everybody comes up, right?
Yeah.
Then they transition to other music where people can swing it, right?
Some hip hop. You
Hip
like hip hop?
Yeah, yeah.
Who's your favorite artist?
I don't
You
have a
anyone?
favorite artist for hip hop, but I like listening because I like watching, especially the dance groups. Like you have Skip and you have dance jazz, and when they perform a hip hop thing, I mean, I'm just amazed at how they can flex themselves, right?
For sure.
Yeah. So I like the music. Just like to. I'm more of a mellow, soft rock kind of thing, right? Yeah, music. I like country music too. So, listening to our Chamorro artist.
Oh yeah.
Sure. They have a lot of country in them, right?
Oh yeah.
So I like that's my favorite part about the holidays is listening to the beautiful music that comes out from our local artists, but also traditional music, right?
Yeah.
And so those are good things to enjoy. I look forward to the holiday season for these things. But, different places and not only in Chamorro Village, I see at different festivals where people are out there, and as soon as the music starts, they're looking like, okay, and now they don't even wait for a partner. They'll just go up and dance, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's always nice to see because you see that when people are dancing, they're happy. They're at their happy times, right?
Yeah.
And I like it when I see a lot of manumkus go up to dance because it's a form of exercise, and I think that's the best way to socialize. And we get that in our senior citizen centers. There are 12 senior citizen centers around the island. And during the holidays, it's a very festive time for them too. So what happens is they look forward to their celebrations with their friends because a lot of seniors live by themselves. So when they celebrate, they're actually celebrating with their friends from the senior citizen centers or their neighbors. And what's nice about it is they share. They're served a meal with a balanced diet, but they also they potluck and they share the meal that they potluck with the friends at their tables. So it's just like going to the cafeteria, right? Kids share their meals or they share their snacks with each other. And so when the seniors come to the senior centers or even meet their friends at an outing, they share what they've brought from home, which is nice. But sometimes we have to think in this day and age about allergies. Some seniors or some kids even have allergies to certain foods. So when sharing, we have to be a little more mindful. Some have dairy allergies. Some are allergic to peanuts. I have a neighbor who said her grandson is allergic to peanuts, and even just smelling peanut butter, he starts breaking out in hives and he starts scratching. So I said, okay, that excludes him from sharing cookies with friends, right? Because sometimes you have peanut butter cookies, right?
I love peanut butter.
Yeah. Yeah, I like peanut butter and jelly, so.
Yeah. I think I can skip the jelly.
You can skip the jelly, but
yeah,
you
I
like the peanut butter.
Yeah.
Are you one of those that eat peanut butter with celery?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favorite peanut butter?
Man, what's it? I like the Reese's one.
Okay.
And I like the Jif. Was it
Okay,
Jif?
Jiffy, yeah.
Sounds
So
good.
you know what my favorite is? Have you been to Trader Joe's?
Yes.
And they have the cookie butter.
Oh, does that count as peanut butter?
Yeah, that because it's peanut butter.
Is it peanut butter?
It is peanut butter, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a form of peanut butter.
No, that one's great, though.
Yeah, I like the Trader Joe's one. Yeah,
That
too
one's
bad
really
we don't have Trader Joe's here.
Yeah,
but
why not?
That's one of my favorites. Is that cookie butter.
That one's super good.
But that is a form of peanut butter because they have to whip the peanuts and then they infuse the cookie flavor. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
But those are good things, and I know that we talked about sharing different pastries for the holidays, and one meeting that I used to go to, and whenever we have our December meeting, we'll have instead of a lunch, we'll share holiday pastries. So we bring a favorite pastry that we like and share it during our meeting time. So that's like an exchange, right? Mm-hmm. Of stuff that we, instead of exchanging gifts, we exchange food, pastries, or
at work.
At work, yeah, or with friends. I have a group of friends that we're deciding what we're going to do for potluck, and I said, tradition, everybody does ham, holiday meal. So let's do something different. So everybody's thinking of a different type, maybe, bread or a salad, but infuse some kind of holiday, ingredient in it. And so those are things that we can be a little more creative with during our exchanges. And instead of exchanging gifts, a lot of people do also what they call white elephant, where have you ever done white elephant exchange? So what it is everybody brings a gift and you just put a number on it.
Like Secret Santa.
Yeah, like Secret Santa, but you can take it. So like if somebody gets a gift and that you saw and they open it and you like it, when you get pulled, you say, oh, I want that one. But that gift can only be exchanged no more than 3 times.
Oh, wow.
So 3 people, no more than 3. But so I say like you got movie tickets.
Yeah.
And somebody pulls their number gets pulled and they say, okay, what do you want on the table? Well, say, I don't want anything on the table. I want what Tio had, right?
Yeah.
I want your movie tickets. And you go pull something off the table.
Oh,
so,
okay.
But that gift can't be pulled more than 3 times, right? So the third person gets the final gift, right, of what they get. So, those are fun ways, right? So we think of fun things that we can do to exchange with each other, even if it's just like a little bottle of hand sanitizer, because we all still use hand sanitizers, right? Yeah. Or a bottle of lotion, or they have those shot bottles, right?
Like a vodka?
The vodka bottles, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So those are fun stuff to exchange, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the holidays. It's supposed to be fun, right?
My girlfriend loves those. Yeah.
Is that the airplane size that you can't bring on the airplane?
The
shot bottles?
No, it's like, the little
shot jars? The glasses? The shot glasses?
No, they're like plastic.
The plastic ones, yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, so those are fun to exchange too, right? Just like, you don't have to be very expensive or very extravagant. It's about what you can do to just make people laugh, or make them feel good, right? I like to do. We have a lot of great artists here on Guam, and they do really nice paintings, canvas paintings, and some of them do them on like really small, like a 2x2 canvas, and they have a stand for it. And those cost, like when they sell it, like at the fairs or the markets, they sell them with the stand $10 a piece, right? And so I said, man, that's a really nice gift to give somebody. They can put it on a desk, right? Or in their living room on the mantle or something, right?
That is pretty cool.
It is, and it's very inexpensive. So I said, and then we're promoting the local artist, right, and their talents. So those are kind of ideas on how to go out there and find the artist, or local talents who make things. We have some crafters who make jewelry with shells that they find, or even glass, glass that they find, and then they sand it down so that it's not going to be cutting anyone when they make their products. Another place is the maker space for G3. The UOG sustainability office, right? They have a maker space store at the Chamorro village, and they make stuff with used plastic bottles, the 1s and 5, I believe it's what the G3 makerspace is accepting, and they melt these things down and make products with it. So I'm interested in going over there to see what kind of products they have. Some I saw shirts. They have T-shirts with that were made. I bought a couple of years ago.
Made out of plastic bottles?
No, I don't think it was plastic bottles, but they had patches. They got old material that was donated, and they made pockets on the shirts with the old, material.
That's really cool.
And it's cool because they use the T-shirts are there, but then they just added extra cloth or fabric to it. And I thought that was so cool. So I bought each of my grandchildren a T-shirt several years ago.
Wow, that's
cool. It's we're supporting local, right?
Yeah,
we're buying,
always.
So that's important, and seeing what we can do. Very unique gifts, right? That we can get for families and friends, but they're not too expensive, right? And it's really not the amount of money you spend on it. It's really the thought that you made the effort to think of something that you can get for your loved ones or your friends, right, to exchange with.
For sure.
Yeah. So those are just little ideas. My favorite is the little art canvases that they do, and they have pictures of latte stones. They have pictures of just our local fauna and flora, that are here on Guam, and it's really very meaningful when you get something like that.
So, ma'am, you said fauna?
The fauna and the flora.
What's that?
Whether that are natural, like the trees and the plants that we have.
Oh.
So people sketch that. They do oil painting with that.
With the plants?
With the flora and fauna. So the flora is the flowers, and the fauna is the greenery, the background, the mountains, right? And stuff. So those are really nice, artwork that is made here on Guam by our local artist.
Wow, that's really cool, actually.
Yeah. So, those are nice things and very meaningful because we're supporting our local vendors here on Guam, right?
Yes.
And
support your local vendors.
Of course. And
it's hard out here. It's really hard.
Even the musicians, right?
Yeah.
You have young musicians recording they're putting their music on CDs.
Support Teo John. Have you heard my music?
Are you a musician? What kind of music do you play?
It's
hard
like
rock
everywhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like what is it? Eclectic, I guess.
Yeah. But you know what? I like to. Do you have any recordings?
I do. You can find it on.
Oh, you
YouTube.
can. Okay,
Yeah.
YouTube. And so it's Teo John.
Teo John, but the John is spelled like JHN.
JHN.
Yeah, there's no O. It's kind of
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It's okay. No, but you know what? Okay, guys, look on YouTube for Teo John.
Yeah.
And support his music, right? And that's, I believe in supporting even the music of the local artists. We have some that come into the village and they just jam, and I love that because then they're expressing themselves, right?
Yes.
That's what musicians do, is they express themselves, right?
We need more of that on Guam.
And so we need that because it gives us another outlet to share that expression.
Yes.
Right? And I have
uniqueness. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I have a cousin that does that. He and his two friends get together, and he has an electric guitar.
Who's your cousin?
Vince Mendiola. You know Vince Mendiola?
And he has glasses? He was wearing glasses?
Yeah.
Does he play a deucet?
I don't know where he plays, but they used to hang out at the park and play. This is years ago, but I don't know if he does recordings, but he just loves to get together with his friends, and they just jam, right?
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah. Sure. But it allows young people to express themselves, their feelings, and then just create things, right?
Yeah,
because it's a different type of expression, right? So I just like that, and I like that expression of, letting themselves out, let their feelings out, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. So are we at the bottom of the hour?
We are.
Okay, so we'll take a break and come back in a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Seconds.
Hey, Suba, don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Buenas and Alpha Day, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Federal and U.S. postal employees and annuitants. It's time for you to choose your health plan for the coming year. Pick the health plan that offers you more choices for you and your family. Choose from an on-island network including GMH, GRMC, STA, IHP, AMC, GRC, the FHB Health Center, as well as off-island providers throughout Asia, the U.S., and Hawaii. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care during federal open season from November 10th to December 8th. Take Care, our island, your health.
Guam, get ready to dance. The first ever Guam International Dance Festival is happening December 5th through the 7th. Get hyped for dance groups from Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Korea, and amazing local talent from right here on Guam. They'll compete in 2 categories, cultural and contemporary, showcasing the artistry of Guam and the Asia region. Plus celebrity judges, master workshops, and a special performance by K-pop dance sensation Enfer. For more details, check out visitguam.com and follow Visit Guam on social media. Guam International Dance Festival is a GVB signature event.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
KGUM FM. Dedido. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
Non-denominational surge. I'm Fred Bottomer with Report on Religion. Experts say it's a major...
Local headlines with Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and Guam Business. This news segment is sponsored by McDonald's, introducing the Chips Ahoy Frappe. McDonald's mocha-based, a hint of coffee, cookie-flavored syrup, whipped cream, and real cookie pieces for a limited time. Get yours now.
Buenas and Hafaday. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Senator Tello Taitagui said she is moving to strengthen Guam's workforce pipeline. She's introduced Bill 237, a measure that would formally adopt the Guam Department of Labor's rules for the Guam Registered Apprenticeship Program, a step required under existing law but not yet completed. The legislation would add a new chapter to the island's administrative rules, making the apprenticeship program fully implementable and enforceable. Supporters say that it's a key move to address Guam's skilled worker shortage by giving employers clear standards, including how to qualify for apprenticeship tax incentives. Taitagui says that the rules will help local businesses train local residents, creating more stable career pathways in high-demand trades while ensuring public incentives are used properly. In more news, Guam will make its first ever appearance at the World Indigenous Traditional Games next month with a 27-member delegation set to compete in Kaohsiung, Taiwan. The Department of Chamorro Affairs, the Council of Indigenous Peoples, and the Guam Visitors Bureau announced a historic milestone last week. The games will run from December 6th through to the 13th and will bring together more than 300 indigenous athletes from around the world, including teams from Palau, New Zealand, Japan, Hawaii, Canada, the Northern Marianas, and the Philippines. The event, organized by Taiwan's Council of Indigenous Peoples, highlights traditional sport, ancestral knowledge, and cultural identity. Governor Lulian Guerrero said the delegation represents more than competition, calling it a moment of cultural pride and a continuation of the story begun by Guam's ancestors. Guam's delegation will compete in traditional archery, wrestling, road running, weight carrying, tug of war, and music and dance. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hi, today you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM for your Real Deal Traffic Report. This Real Deal Traffic Report is sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Mobile Oil Guam, go farther on every journey with Mobile's new Synergy. Supreme Plus Fuel keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Also sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478-AUTO or view our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 478-AUTO. And let's see what we got for y'all at this 5:30 time. In front of Happy Mart. on Route 8. Actually, I'm sorry, that's not in front of Happy Mart. In front of the fire station is pretty backed up. I mean, always at this time. And into Muning, in front of Donkey again, and Route 10. You know, that expected traffic. Also, the ITC intersection, same as well. All up in Tumon, that turn coming down from the mall. I'm sorry, this is in front of JFK on Route 14A. Going down to Tumon is pretty backed up. On Route 1, right in front of, on St. John Street, backed up as well. I think it's turning right into the Hamburger Road. And going all the way up there, going all the way to the mall is pretty backed up. Always at this time. Sadly. And then, yeah, that concludes your Real Deal Traffic Report.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door.
You're listening to the Wave 105.1. I am Melissa Savares filling in for Paulty Suba this afternoon. And I have Tio on the other side of the glass with me today. And I just want to recognize Reese. Hi, Reese. She's mentoring Tio here.
Yes, thank Reese.
She's guiding her.
She's the best teacher.
This is his 5th day on the job, right? So he's almost done with OJT. After 5 days, you're on your own.
Yeah. I'm scared.
I hope you've been taking notes.
Maybe.
Yeah. So, there's just a lot of things to go to do here, and the holidays is always a nice time to be here on Guam because of the traditional foods that we have and the celebrations that we have. And I'm just looking forward to driving around the island and seeing the beautiful lights at night. As a matter of fact, last week, about a week ago, a little over a week ago, I was driving up from Malolo, coming back up to town. And in Jotnia, when you come up the hill, there's Christmas lights already on the fences of some of the homes. And I said, wow, and that was a long fence. And I said, wow, that's really cool. So, if they're already putting it up even before Thanksgiving, I can imagine what what families are going to start putting up this next few weeks, right? But that's the beauty of our island. And, people are saying the power bill's going down. So maybe more people this year would put out lights. And then, you use LED lights because it doesn't pull too much power. But that's something that I look forward to seeing is how families in the neighborhoods decorate, and some villages actually have competitions on the best decorations in the yard decorations, and most creative. So I've seen families where they actually collected, the King Car bottles, the tea bottles.
Yeah.
And they made like a bilen, like the nativity house. Yeah, and so that was interesting. That was a family, I believe that was somewhere in the south where I saw them. And it was a big bilen. So it's interesting to see how creative families are going to be this year. Some to decorate their homes and their yards. And then, the hotels also have really beautiful displays, and it's free to walk into the lobbies to see the displays that are at the hotels, and all the malls, the stores also decorate. So I look forward to seeing the turnout at the Skinner Plaza and Plaza de España as well, because those places, families are able to come in and walk around and take pictures. So Christmas is a very festive time of the year. We celebrate for about maybe 6 to 7 weeks of celebration for the holidays, and that during that time the celebrations are spread out throughout the month, those few weeks. And families can, it's free to take pictures if you go to the plazas and the parks, and just all the village mayors are also decorating with their Christmas lights. And just if you can't make it to Skinner Plaza or Plaza de España, then go to your village central area and see where your decorations are at, and take family photos. And because those memories, those photos that you take with your families are really important, it's going to create memories that will last forever and that you can look back on with your children and your grandchildren as they grow, and say, remember when we took this walk down the Skinner Plaza and we watched the parade, or went to the Chamorro village and saw the decorations and rode the train. It's those are exciting times, especially for the young children. And then sharing those memories with our senior citizens, our manamkus as well. So the many activities that happen here on Guam and throughout the Marianas, because in CNMI too, we have celebrations that are, throughout the islands. In Tinian, they're very festive in Tinian, and so is Rhoda. Rhoda has this one tree that they do with coconut husk, and that tree is it's there all the time, and they just continue to add decorations, and then they actually paint. Different members of the community paint the different husk, the coconut husk, different colors. So when they put it up on their Christmas tree, they attach it. It's very colorful. So it really doesn't need ornaments, because you have the different colors that really accent the shape of the tree, and it's really a beautiful sight to see. Saipan also does very festive decorations along their parks during the holiday season. So we look forward to those that are traveling to the Northern Marianas, as well as being here on Guam, to seeing the different festivities and the different ways and cultures that we have to celebrate our festivities, our holiday festivities. And of course, we celebrate because of the reason. Our reason for the season is the birth of Jesus, and that is our main celebration within most of the churches here on Guam. And then, of course, the gift giving to those that are the less fortunate. Today, I believe, is the last few days of the donations for Toys for Tots that the U.S. Marine Corps, or the Marine Activities, is coordinating. And the U.S. Marines have always been a great contributor to the island when they do these toy drives, especially during this time of the year. And those donations actually go to the Salvation Army and to Catholic Social Services, as well as other organizations such as Believe Harvest House and the shelters. So we look forward to this community, our island community, being opening up their hearts to give those gifts during this toy drive that the U.S. Marines, Marine Base Guam, is doing this season, and those gifts will go back into the hands of the children and the families that are in need of gifts for the year, for the holidays. So this, and our community is so giving. Whenever there's crisis, we come together, and that's a great thing about living on Guam is that, we hear that we're going through a lot of hardship, but people continue to give despite the stress that some families go through. But that's our culture. Our culture is our culture is also about taking care of each other, and so that's what I look forward to this holiday season. A lot of prayers, a lot of healing for families, healing for those that are ill with different illnesses, and then just gathering to be with loved ones, our very close friends, and being able to be a little resourceful and supporting our community. And that's what I look forward to. I'll be back later in the month to cover a few shows, and we'll have different people come in to also share with us what their traditions are and then have some children also join us to see if, see what their gifts, their wish list are. Because some kids really don't wish for much. And we also have senior citizens that have a wish list. And sometimes it's just the seniors' wish list is just things that they, maybe a pillowcase or sheets for their beds, or like lotion, bath soap, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrushes. So very basic wish list, but some of us take for granted that we have these access to these things all the time. But our neighbors and our community needs, people in our community needs simple necessities, and that's part of their Christmas wish list, for them to have that as a gift for the holidays, and for if anybody wants to give gifts. Sometimes it's just like towels, right, or a pillow, for them to have a decent pillow to sleep on. So our options are open, are not restricted to just things that are bought, expensive items. Some are just wish list is to have food on their table. And so just that, I know that this holiday season, during the Thanksgiving weekend, I was talking to people from the different pantries throughout the island, and most churches have pantries where they have canned goods and non-perishable goods that residents can come in and ask for items. I have friends that help in different food pantries, and they said sometimes the individuals that need food, they don't really ask for food. They just ask, can I get a bar of soap, for the week? And so those are small items that really we take for granted because we always have at home. But some people it's a necessity, right? So let's open our hearts and our pockets, to helping our brothers and sisters, or even our young children who are in need of a decent holiday celebration this holiday season. And I started off the show this earlier with opening up our hearts to volunteer in one way or another to make a difference in someone's life, a neighbor, a relative, a stranger. And that's what Christmas is about, is giving back to make a difference. Not necessarily how much you spent on your gift or getting the most expensive or the biggest gift. Giving back and celebrating the holidays, or by giving food to individuals who do not have food, giving time to read a book or a story to children who you don't know, being maybe even going to listen to an orientation of how to become a foster parent, to provide a safe haven, a safe home, a safe room for a child to sleep in for the night, especially when they're in an emergency situation. So, it's reaching out to places like Harvest House or Child Protective Services to find out how can I attend an orientation for to become a foster parent. And it might not be that after the orientation you're ready to go, or how can I make a difference in a child's life? Can I go read a book in a waiting room where children are waiting to see their doctor, or waiting to check out a book at the library? And so making a difference in somebody's life, or being a coach. We heard from two village mayors, one that's in the process of wrapping up their baseball tournament league, and another one that's doing their Fiesta basketball and season, Fiesta tournaments, and an upcoming basketball tournament for the Christmas break, or becoming a coach and a mentor for young people, being a good neighbor to a senior citizen that might just need a ride to go get their groceries, right? Or go visit their loved one at their final resting place at the cemeteries, or just taking them to be a friend, right? So these are different ways and different ideas. Grow something for them, and so grow something that you can share. Plant a fruit tree so that in a few years you can pick the fruits of your labor, right? Plant a vegetable garden so that you can share your vegetables and for your next meal. So there's different ways that you can make a difference in somebody's life, even in your own life for your family. Make a treat for even a trail mix, get cereal and nuts and stuff and candy and put it in a M&Ms, right? Put it in a bag and mix it up together and make a trail mix with a friend and share it with your neighbors. There's many, many different ways to make a difference in our community, in our island. And smile. Just smile at someone for the day when you're passing a stranger. Greeting is something very important as well, is to greet somebody the way that you want to be greeted. And that makes my day when somebody just looks at you and smiles at you and says, good morning or good evening, or how is your day? Strangers making a friend, right? And so those are ways to make a difference in somebody's life here on our island and in our community. So we want to thank everyone. This is the kickoff of our holiday season. This is a very festive time, going to different places and even just in your own neighborhood and making a difference with somebody who doesn't have anyone at home with them, or you might have a lot of people there, but nobody talks to each other, right? So how can you make a difference in somebody's life today or this holiday season? And that's how we will kick off our holiday season, by giving a smile, giving a yourself, by volunteering to help someone or to guide someone. And volunteering is a big thing in our culture, is helping each one another. So we are getting close to the top of the hour and the end of the show. And I'd just like to, say, please drive home safely if you're still on the road, and get to your destination safely, so that it's better late than never, than getting there, not getting there at all, right? And I want to thank Tio for meeting him today.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Man. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
It's exciting, and I look forward to listening to your music. I subscribed.
You subscribed?
Yes,
yeah.
I did. So,
thank you.
How many subscribers do you have so far on your YouTube channel?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spread it because I know you're Auntie Nora.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell them this is Nora's nephew. Please subscribe.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's how young people who express themselves get known, right? Is we meet you, and we know more about you, and then we share it with others, right?
Yeah.
And that's a gift, right? Is to share the talent, right? Yes. So Tio, continue to do what you do, make music, make people happy, express yourself, because that's important. Because when you don't express and you keep your feelings inside, sometimes it gets overwhelming, right? And you want to just scream, but play games and make a lot of noise, right? Yeah, so thank you so much, and for listening to all our listeners, and have a safe evening, and we'll see you all later. Okay, adios.
Adios.
Okay.
Here's why Christmas trees may be more expensive this year. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune Magazine with the Fortune Business Update. We Americans buy about 20 million Christmas trees each year. The vast majority are artificial, and nearly all of those are made in China.